If we do not have order, and if we are not following the rules, we will not get to those comments. So I once again ask, please put on your masks. That's a requirement. I think they do. They just don't care. This is my meeting, not Dr. Holman's. State requirements require all of you to be wearing masks in a school environment when students are present. We require you to wear masks. We require this meeting to continue. And until masks are worn by everybody here, we cannot start. This meeting will not start until everybody has wearing masks. You'll be just fine.
Security guard lost his partner here somewhere.
Okay. Oh, that girl?
What's that? We're going to recess now? So, they're going to argue about I mean, the only thing we do is take this outside. I'm not willing to do it.
Therefore, no person in the state of California shall be subject to discrimination of any other forms of illegal bias, including harassment. No person shall be excluded from participation in or denied the benefits of any local agency program or activity on the basis of sex, orientation, gender, ethnic group,
This meeting has not been called to order. She doesn't even have the right to do it.
I mean, that's the way we're going right now.
You know, it's really up to the board. Yeah, it's up to the board. Really is. I mean, we've got everyone standing up, talking to us. We haven't even gotten the meeting going.
No, I know. We will start this meeting as soon as everybody has masks on. What?
You know, they're gonna argue that this is not a school setting, it's after school.
I know.
I would rather us get going and start making this stuff.
You think I might save this?
Take it out of the meeting.
So we'd like to get this meeting started. And we need you guys to work with us.
Back up the mic from your mouth.
What's that?
Don't put the mic so close.
Not that close?
Move the microphone further from your mouth.
So in order for us to get this meeting started, we would like everybody to comply with the requirements of the state. We have students present and require this of you.
Arguments against the government.
In and out. They're like a sponsor? There's something in there. I don't know. I thought it was sitting out front like a sponsor. Like, yeah.
Listen up! If we get them to concede on this mask issue right now, if we participate, we're not gonna wear masks. We're not wearing masks. If they concede right now, can we start the meeting and start to listen to what they have to say? Not a mask! Hey, if we get these guys to concede, we will not wear a mask. We will not wear a mask. But we have to get the meeting started. We have to listen to what they have to say. And then we'll give them our input. We'll go from there. Those the board concede.
Look at that. You're official, girl. Wonder what this is. What is this? French fries. French fries. No. Do you know who French fries are?
Because I think if we're going the same way,
That's a good question. Sure.
Yeah, no, I don't know what to say. But so like, just in the little areas that you are, tell people to be quiet. You know, just say, guys, come on, we need to stay away. Right? Yeah, because, yeah, so he's just gonna say, yeah. Thanks, guys. And then, hey, it is cold. It's gonna be, I'll get on. No. Hey, guys.
All right, folks, if grab everybody sit down.
Thank you, Brian.
I guess I can speak personally about this issue, is that, yeah.
Hey, we have some serious topics to discuss tonight.
We need you to stay quiet, please.
We're getting ready to cancel the meeting, so please have some order, and maybe you guys will understand.
All right, folks, we're going to need you to all be quiet. Yeah. My main issue with all of this is that I am one that abides by the law. I'm told that these are the things that are required. If we continue with these outbursts, the meeting will cancel tonight. Stop with the outbursts. We cannot keep having the outbursts. Order is everybody listening to our meeting. And so that's the issue here. The law, the requirements right now are that we wear. I always wear when I'm on campus. And that is the requirement and the law. So we want to keep this thing moving. I will continue to follow the law. I understand that all of you do not want to. And so we will continue this meeting as long as we have order. Outbursts like this will prevent this meeting from continuing. We will continue the meeting if we have order, if we're quiet, and we can listen and be kind and respectful to everybody that will be speaking tonight. No outbursts. No outbursts. No outbursts. I will ask that the board and everybody that feels the right to wear the mask do so, and those that are here and present and that do not wish to, you may continue to do as you wish. Once again, I'm the one that will follow the rules that are set forth. So.
to them. Only with it. Does that make sense? Because I would just continue.
You should have spent a lot more time at the closed session.
Talking about
Yeah.
I didn't think it was going to be this crazy. It's pretty
It's over there.
Oh, is there a flag?
Where's the microphone? Hi there. Hi, Teresa. You want to pull it?
Let me have it read.
Okay, we got it.
Well,
Nancy, where's the?
Where is the public comment?
It's over there. I saw it.
oh, there.
Oh, there it is. There it is. See it right there.
When he gets to the tenors, just
All right. So I appreciate you guys working with us. Again, order here means quiet and orderly in this room. Okay, as the board reconvenes from closed session, we have one item to report out.
Please speak up, we can't hear you.
A motion was made by Christina Behringer with a second by Nathan Bristol, followed by a roll call vote of the board to employ Mr. Kurt Walsh as the assistant principal of Baldy Mesa Elementary School, effective November 8th, 2021. The roll call vote is as follows. President Hernandez, aye. Clerk Kaloum, aye. Member Behringer, aye. Member Flores, aye. Member Bristol, aye. We would like to welcome Mr. Kurt Walsh to our family. Would you please stand up, sir? Thank you for driving up this evening and joining us. Welcome to the family. I appreciate that reinforcement of quiet. That's going to be really needed tonight. Okay, tonight we're going to have Baldy Mesa present, but prior to that, we'll do the student presentation first. Oh, thank God, it's finally showed up. Yeah, thank you very much. If you would all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Right in the middle. There we go. Your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I'll do the spotlight. All right, if you all folks are familiar with our meetings, we have been doing a school on Spotlight. And as we have Baldy Mesa Elementary School presenting tonight, we're happy to return to them to highlight their achievements. As you all may be aware now that it was Mr. Steve Conrad recently placed as a site principal overseeing our largest elementary school with over 900 students in the TK through 5 range. Capitalizing on great progress from the previous leadership and the great work of the Decorated Parent Teachers Association there, who have been recognized on a national level. Mr. Conrad has rallied that school, most recently by allowing himself to be duct taped to the school walls in celebration of their successful effort in gathering nearly 95% of the educational benefits form. We certainly encourage all of our sites and all of our families, please get these forms into your child's school sites to help out all the students. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Miller for that student presentation. Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Holman.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so very much. And again, thank you all for working with us. We've got a lot of people in here. Thank you for being here. And I really appreciate your commitment to being quiet in this large setting, because we really are looking forward to hearing from all of you. But beforehand, looking forward to hearing from Baldy Mesa Elementary School. You see behind us World Kindness Day. That's something that we've celebrated for a number of years. Many of you might know that Snowline Joint Unified School District is a kindness certified district. There aren't many school districts in the United States that are certified just as we are. So I'm very proud of that. But it's really not my doing, it's staff members' doing that got us to that level. Recognition of the school district for committing to kindness over the course of years now, so that we put forth what is, in my view, just a wonderful quality that helps serve students in the pursuit of success in Snowline. So tonight, we're just really privileged to have a wonderful example of what's going to be happening for World Kindness Week. Now, World Kindness Day is on November 13th every year. Many of you have probably gotten things from us like cards and stickers on that day. We celebrate it every year. Well, we're up in the ante, and we're going to have a World Kindness Week. Before our next board meeting, it'll be happening, so this is why we're sharing this with all of you. November 8th through the 12th, we'll be celebrating kindness throughout the entire week. Staff members put forth all kinds of great plans. But again, we've got Baldy Mesa Elementary School first grade students. The teacher is Mrs. Carla Johnson, just an outstanding student, who's going to present for us tonight remotely what they're doing to prepare for World Kindness Day. And then when we get to World Kindness Week, what they will be sharing. Now, I will say this. I thank everyone for being here. We felt like we'd get a lot of people here. Now, this is the first time we've had board meetings in this setting, so thank you for bearing with us. It's been just an outstanding effort from all kinds of individuals to get to this level. We're hoping we can make this work. We've got a remote presentation, I think, queued up. As I look toward the heavens here that are right up above with the audio, are we ready for the presentation there, Robert? I think that's a thumbs up. I think it is. So we're going to begin with the student presentation, and that's again from Carla Johnson, first grade teacher extraordinaire out at Baldy Mesa Elementary School, and a few of her students. So we'll cue that up, and thanks for your patience here. I think we are. Thanks for hanging in there. You guys are doing a great job. Thank you. It's worth it, so thank you for hanging in there. I'm telling you, it's well worth it.
And thank you, Snowline community and board members.
Look at my
We are
phone.
so excited to be here to talk about World Kindness Day and what we are doing here at Baldy Mesa, our district. And
I see some movement about there. He said, give him just a moment. It's really going to be good. I promise.
I believe it.
I know. Thank you for being so patient here. This quick presentation on World Kindness Day and Week.
All right, Robert.
I'm hearing some voices. Yeah, Robert, you're shaking your head. It sounds like...
All right. Okay, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, Carla, we can hear you. We just can't see you. Robert, is that going to be the way we're going to do it?
That's okay. You guys don't need to see me.
Okay, so Carla, before you get going, let me introduce you properly. So once again, thanks for being so quiet here. Hey, there we go.
Hi, Snowline community. Thank you guys guys so much for giving us this opportunity to join in this meeting, and board members, thank you again so much for inviting us. And I've got some of my first grade friends here, and we just kind of want to share with you what we are going to be doing for Kindness Week that is coming up. So we got a little slideshow presented, ready to go, and I'll walk you through it. So hang in there with us. All right. Well, as Dr. Holman was saying, we've got World Kindness Day, and it is coming. And one of the exciting things, my slide is not, there we go. And one of the exciting things about it is that we get to all participate in this together. That week of school, we've got some pretty exciting things planned, and so we want to share them with you. Remembering that Kindness Day is on Saturday. What's the forecast? It's going to be full of smiles, kindness, and hopefully some laughter. My first grade classroom, we're starting off on Monday with a kindness tunnel. My students were paired up together, and in the classroom, they formed posters, coming up with different positive words to say. As they created them, they came up with ways to design it as a team, working together, and really, really having a lot of fun doing this. They were excited to share these with others as they designed and created. Now, they also decided to embellish it with some awesome pictures and things that would make them smile. We decided on Monday, as the students walked through this tunnel to go out to the first grade playground, they would extend the tunnel using those words of kindness as they talked to them and said their words like, "You are cool," and "Kindness is great," and "Sharing is caring," and all the different things that would make students smile. And then they're going to walk around the playground and just go ahead and share that kindness. That's for our Monday. On Tuesday, November 9th, we decided to share some smiles. We all know what these are. We've seen them enough, the emojis that are everywhere. Well, they're also in my students' hands. They decided to go ahead and create their own emojis with smiles that they can hand out to anyone throughout the day, making them maybe just a little bit happier and make them a little bit more smiley every day. On Wednesday, we decided that it was so important to honor our veterans. Our veterans do so much for us in protecting our country and keeping us safe. And my students understand that. And they wanted to take a really, really hard look and think, what can I do for them? So they went ahead and made lots of really nice thank you notes for all of the veterans that we are going to be presenting at our Veterans Assembly on Wednesday. We are very, very looking forward to it. And some of them have family members that they would also like to share them with and thank our veterans for all they do. On Thursday, it's Say Something Nice, home edition, because we're all going to be at home on that day. So we're asking that my students in my class just share some kindness at home. Talk with your siblings, be kind to them, and don't forget to be kind to your parents and grandparents as well. On Friday, it's Sticker Smiles. For less than $10, I was able to get a whole bunch of these shiny, smiley stickers that are kind of taking a while to turn. And those students are going to get a chance to share them with others. They have like 50 stickers they're going to get to hand out across the campus. We are super excited to share this World Kindness Day with you, and we hope that you guys have a really exciting and special Kindness Week planned ahead. And I want us to all remember that kindness is uplifting. Thank you guys for thinking about Kindness Week and the things that you could do to spread kindness. Thanks. Thanks. I have a few of my friends here too, so I don't know if they were able to get in or not, but I wasn't quite sure what your time limit was. But I had some friends here too, but just in case, but I don't know what you had.
Yeah, we have 5 of my little first grade friends. I wish I could have had them all because they all share so much kindness every day. And I would really like for them to just maybe pop on the screen and just whether say hi or whether if you had a question for any of them. I didn't know how you wanted to work that. They're here. They're here. We just can't see them. They're on screen. Okay, perfect. Here we go. All right. I'm going to go ahead and have Lucas, you're going to unmute, just say hi and say share kindness.
Hi, share kindness.
Thanks, Lucas. You could go ahead and mute. Julio, go ahead and wave to them and say, I do kind things.
Hi, I do kind things.
Oh, thanks, Julio. Right, who you can go ahead and mute. Riley, you can go ahead and unmute and tell them that kindness is cool.
Kindness is cool.
All right, Leah, it's your turn. You can unmute and say, I like being kind.
I like being kind.
And Janice, I'm going to let you unmute and you can go ahead and say, I can't wait for kindness week.
I can't wait for kindness week.
Thank you again, board members. Thank you, Snowline community. Thank you, Dr. Holman. We really do appreciate all of your time that you've let us have to share in our kindness week.
All right, thank you for that. Let's go ahead and go into public comments. Nancy, would you please read the board policy on public comments?
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, you can tell I don't do this. Regarding public comments, the board president or chairperson will invite citizens to speak on any items on the agenda. In the interest of fairness and efficiency, citizens will be asked to give their name and indicate the item they wish to address. Citizens will also be invited to make suggestions and identify concerns about matters affecting the schools which may not be on the agenda, or suggest topics for future agendas. Any individual who has requested to speak to any item on the agenda may be granted up to 3 minutes to make a statement, with the total time devoted to the statements not exceeding 15 minutes. Community comments may also be submitted online to be read before the board at the appropriate place on the agenda, with a time limit for reading of 3 minutes. 1 hour prior to the start of open session, a community comment may be submitted through the online process. The board president may, with board consent, increase or decrease the time allowed for public statements depending on the topic and the number of speakers for or against a particular issue. The board president may rule on the appropriateness of a topic. If the topic would be more suitably addressed at a later time, the president may indicate the time and place when it should be presented. The board shall not prohibit public criticism of its policies, procedures, programs, services, acts, or omissions. In addition, the board may not prohibit public criticism of district employees.
Thank you, Nancy, for reading of the public comment policy. And I want to take a moment to address a few items before we get started. One of the core values that this district has is that people matter. So first and foremost, and I know many of you will take this incredulously, and I really hope that you don't, because I understand the climate we're in. Thank you for coming out and making your voices heard. I have said the same thing in the past, and I truly mean it. It is important to be a part of this process. It's important because long down the road, we are still here, we're still neighbors, and we're still family. We've got to be the most important part of our child's lives today. It's my hope that in the future, we also have this kind of turnout for reading of the LCAP or other policies that are impactful to your student's career. As you've heard the policy read, the public comment forum is intended for you to provide the board your thoughts on topics that surround schools. This is not a two-way conversation. I know in the past that has caused frustration. I continue to encourage you to reach out to the board via email, and more importantly, look to your local representatives at the county and state levels. To that end, our policy is that we will allow 3 minutes per person. We will ensure a strict time limit on each person as we've got so many to get through. I understand the passion behind the comments, but please be aware that excessive applause will only take away from the speaker's opportunity to be heard. Likewise, disruptions of the speaker from the audience will not be acceptable. We expect civility from all, and this will be seen as kindness to those who have the floor. There's a 15-minute time limit on the topic. While we want to receive everyone's comments, it's important that we also get through the entire agenda in a timely manner so that other members of the public wishing to receive information on those topics may do so at a reasonable hour this evening. We can extend time with board consensus, so I believe it'd be appropriate now to take input from the rest of the board on what is reasonable amount of time to be receiving comments tonight. To that end, I would like to propose a 30-minute increase on receiving those comments. But I look to the board for your input on what you believe our time limit should be tonight.
Do we know about how many comments we have submitted?
47. Presently, 47 comments. Those are in-person comments at approximately 3 minutes each. That's nearly 3 hours. We also have some online comments that we're gathering now.
So
I think there's 16.
I'm definitely
An
willing
additional
to go
16
over.
online, bringing it to an additional probably 3.5 hours of comments.
Yeah, I'm willing to definitely go over 15 minutes. I know we had talked, we didn't, in the closed session we spoke, we had no idea how many people would be here, so we had said maybe go to 30 minutes. I know we're going to need a little more than that. Hold on, please don't do that. I told my wife I'd be home very late tonight, so I'm willing to stay. I would say if we can go, like you said, it'll take 2.5 hours to do comments. I don't know if everyone wants that much. I'm willing to go a little over an hour because I think everyone would like to say something. So for me, that's what I would like.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, 15 online. 15 online.
Did the other board members? Christina?
I suggest we can give 2 minutes to each speaker and be done in 90 minutes.
Member Clerk Kalum, your opinion?
So by my count, we got 141 minutes to roll. I'm willing to go so everyone could have their comments heard. An hour and a half. I don't know if we're all going to agree right now. This is.
Yeah, right now we have quite a few different proposals. So I don't know how we come to one particular one.
Can you relay that?
Just talk out there. Marcus,
Yeah,
the microphone.
numerous proposals, and he doesn't have it.
Talking in the microphone. Yeah, you just have to talk.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a public comment.
Considering the number of comments and the the opinions we have right now? What do you think of taking maybe 15 to 30 minutes now, and so we can get to the agenda and continue at the end with the balance of the comments? Any thoughts to that? Taking 15 to 30 minutes now, and then getting through the agenda, and before board member comments, do additional public comments? Huh?
If you're gonna give them the floor, let's do it now.
Okay. All right. And are they lined up in this order? They're lined up. Oh, perfect. All right. Okay, our first speaker is, our speakers are over here, the podium and the microphone. If you can step up. And first is Amanda Nisley. Nicely. Oh, I thought you said.
No, yeah, have them all. Okay. Maybe talk process, Amanda, before you start.
And Amanda, before you get started, maybe we can line up the next four so that we can get through them as quickly as possible. We'll have Jamie Murphy, looks like, next, Kevin Bannon, Jimmy Navarez, and Susan Ellis.
Oh my Lord, I didn't think I was going to be first. Can you guys hear me? It's not on? Well, can you guys hear me? I'm a teacher. I have a teacher's voice.
We can hear that one.
Okay. All right. So the reason I'm speaking tonight is because I promised my kids I would do everything I could in my power to keep them here at Snowline with their family and their friends. I have also spoken to several colleagues and friends in my world, and we all have very similar feelings, and I'm speaking up on a lot of their behalf as well. I have been a part of Snowline's community since 1986 and a teacher in our district for 17. I have been extremely impressed with how well things have been handled during these unprecedented times, and I have supported our district through all of this, and am so proud to have spent almost all of my life as part of the Snowline community. Unfortunately, it has come to a point where I feel I have to let you personally know where my family stands. My husband and I do not support the vaccine mandate, nor do we support a vaccination for my children. Vaccinating them is not an option. I know I can speak on behalf of my nephews in this district who will not be vaccinated either. As much pride as my entire extended family has in our being lifelong members of the Snowline community, this mandate will force us to move out of state. We want our children to have the quintessential middle school and high school experiences that can only be achieved by attending in-person school. The kind of education and community that we find in this room is what I want for my children. My children will have to leave their already established lifelong friends, which is heartbreaking. I am praying many of our other staff and students will not have to drastically upend their lives as well. I know your hands are tied. All I'm asking is that you listen to everyone here tonight and that you understand our positions, because I know for myself and my family, we would have never left Snowline otherwise. I really hope I don't have to. And thank you so much for taking the time to listen.
Thank you for your comments. Jamie?
My name's Jamie Murphy, and I've been a part of this community since 1983. Many of you have seen me come through this school district from second grade. I graduated from Serrano High School. I moved out of the area and went to college and came back by choice because I love our little community. Up to this point, our community has done a phenomenal job of being a family. It is by state policy and a lot of propaganda that is causing divisiveness in things that children should not be included in. I personally have a family member who's vaccinated. I myself am not. My children will not be vaccinated. I have circumstances that are unlike most people in terms of response to medical items, injections. Most of you can take Benadryl, and that's not an option for me. And there are a lot of other over-the-counter options, and this just isn't something that I'm willing to sacrifice my sense of self for, nor should anyone else for that matter. I'm going to give you some numbers today as a board and statistics about school-age children, since that's what we're all here to discuss. We're all very much concerned about children and their safety and their educational process with regard to this topic with vaccines and mandates. From the California State website, in the state of California, 0 to 17-year-olds account for about 22.5% of California's overall population. And that's about 8.8 million kids. But they only accounted for about 14.8% of confirmed COVID cases. That's only 0.01% of COVID deaths. Actually, a total of 37 deaths in the whole entire state from that age group, 0 to 17. 37 deaths out of 8.8 million kids. This information is from the National Vaccine Information Center, where in the age group from 12 to 18-year-olds, not including the 0 to 11-year-olds, but 12 to 18-year-olds, there have been 25 deaths just from the vaccine alone. Also, from the vaccine in that age group, there have been 432 reports of heart inflammation and 86 cases of blood clotting and serious injury with regard to this vaccine. Jump to an overall picture and perspective. The same report, that's as of Friday, this last Friday, in the US, there have been 818,044 reported adverse effects, 117,399, which were serious, and a total of 17,120 deaths just from the COVID vaccine. When it comes to this vaccine, we don't know what the long-term effects are, and we won't all be around to even see what that's going to be. 1 shot or 2 shots, they're still testing positive for COVID and still transmitting the illness.
That's the 3 minutes. I'm sorry.
This isn't the end. We got to unite and stand together. In future board meetings, I want to see all of you here because this isn't the end of it.
Thank you, Jamie. Next is going to be Kevin. Just a quick word. I'll go ahead and give you a 30-second notice before your time's up so we don't run over like that again. So, Kevin.
All right, I'll keep this pretty short and sweet. I've been a citizen of this country for 42 years, a member of this community for the last 14. I have 2 school-age kids at Wrightwood Elementary. I never imagined I'd be standing in a room like this with so many fellow parents having to stand up for their rights. So let me... Thank you. So I'm just going to piggyback off what I believe Jamie was saying about numbers. You know, this school district touts their STEM program, science, technology, mathematics, and so forth. So in the U.S., there are 73 million children ages 5 to 18, school-age children. There are 11 million in the state of California alone. 557,000 reside in this county where we stand today. In this school district, we have 7,150, but yet, as heart-wrenching as it is, in this country, we've only lost 442 since COVID-19 to the virus. Brian, I told you earlier this year that we were coming, and here we are. Okay? So, unfortunately, we spent the last year and a half having to teach our kids to show them what true resolve and having guts is and perseverance. You clearly have not had the guts, let alone the spine to stand up for them, so who does? And if you want me to dumb down the math even more, there's only so many of you and all of us
Jimmy Navarez.
Hello, everybody. So I've got a bunch of page of notes and numbers like everybody else, but let me introduce myself. I'm Jimmy Navarez, another longtime standing alumni here from Serrano and Snowline. Been part of the community here since 1988. When I moved up here, my parents brought us up for a better life in 3rd grade from where we were living down the hill. You know, I come to you guys, I'm a patriarch of a family that survived COVID, the whole house, 2 times. And yes, the Delta variant and all that. Nothing happened to us. The thing is, I stand fully, and I know board members, you have come to this meeting tonight with your wanting to hear what the people have to say, but I implore you to listen. There's a difference. Listen to what the people say. We need to be heard about the vaccine mandate. I have so many statistics here, I could probably take up 15 minutes of your ear with numbers and Harvard studies, Yale Stanford joint studies, with vaccine and mask mandate rhetoric. The problem is, you might not hear it, you might hear it. But right now, I've got so much stuff to go over right here that it would just be crazy. My main thing I want to get across in 3 minutes, besides these Harvard studies with 1.5 million cases in LA up to date, 349,000 cases in San Bernardino County, so that's a smaller number. Now look at our little community. We have the ability with our low case count and our low standing figures to be able to make something like boot the masks. Stand up to the vaccine mandate. You're going to lose more teachers and you're going to lose more parents and families moving out of state to any of this than you ever imagined. If you're afraid of them coming down on you for not complying with the mandate, you're going to be in strict violation of something else, and that's keeping the students in the seats learning. Okay? That's the #1 thing you should be worried about. And if you're afraid, believe me, if law enforcement is going to come for you, you're afraid of a misdemeanor, you're afraid of something, I got your bail money. Okay? Come on up to me. I'll go with you. They can lock us together. Okay? Don't worry about the COVID aid. We'll make the taxes happen. We'll make the money happen. Throw the COVID aid for compliance away. Look at the students. Look at the teachers. They're what matter. Most of anything. So during these unprecedented times, you know, we face repercussions to stand up for what's right. Your job as board members is to do the right thing. Okay, so I want to leave you with one little bit of my outro and just one quote, because I know I'm running close to that 3-minute mark. Gotcha. This is from Martin Luther King. Okay, sometimes in hard times, you have to make the hard decisions because it's just the right thing to do. And Martin Luther King said, "The time is always right to do what is right."
Just throw in a couple. Susan Ellis.
Good evening. I'll try to read quick. I am a wife of a retired Navy sailor and a retired CHP officer. I'm a mother of 3. 2 are adults. 1 is still under construction. He's over there. He's in 11th grade. I have a grandson that is starting kindergarten next year. As a Navy wife, I learned to watch my world, my country. As a Chippy wife, I learned to watch the state. As more and more of our constitutional rights have been violated, I learned to watch my county. I learned something from a friend that changed my life. He said, "Do you know how to tell when someone is lying?" He said, "Watch to see if their actions match their words. If they don't match, there's a lie somewhere." So I watched the media describe riots as peaceful and January 6th as insurrection. I watched Congress last month milling around each other like a church potluck but put on masks for the photo. There's a lie in there somewhere. I watched our governor shut down businesses and schools but sent his own kids to in-person private school. I watched my friends dye their own hair and go without getting their nails done, but the Speaker of the House and our governor had their hair perfectly done for every TV appearance. There is a lie in there somewhere. We are expected to believe that a man who campaigned from his basement beat a man who drew thousands at every rally. We are expected to believe that COVID is so deadly that hundreds of thousands will die from it, yet we find that some of those numbers were included people that died from car accidents and other health issues, but the hospitals got more money for each COVID case that they had. We're expected to believe that the experimental drug is safe, yet teenagers have died after the second dose or developed myocarditis. Do you see why we, the people, no longer trust our government? We can go just about anywhere in the high desert without a mask. We can walk through a restaurant, sit down for 2 hours, sit next to perfect strangers, all without a mask, yet our children can't sit at their own desk for 50-minute class. We are being told by the media, our government, and those who so-called scientists in the health department does not match what we see in the real world. There is a lie in there somewhere. Now we're being told that a third of our military faces discharge due to vaccine mandates. A third. If this doesn't terrify everybody here, then you live in a world that does not exist.
30 seconds.
These are Americans that are willing to die for our country and our Constitution. They're willing to fall on their own sword to protect their own constitutional rights. We, the people, are here to stand for our kids. I leave you with this. We know you say you want the best for our kids. Do you have the courage to tell this governor we will not comply? Are you willing to fall on your own sword to protect the constitutional rights of our children? We will be watching.
I'm going to call it the next 5 folks. While we do that, we're going to start reading off some of the online comments so we can get through everybody most effectively. So as I do that, if you could please remain quiet so that Nancy can read those. The next 5 are going to be Craig Davis, Gary Yeager, Jennifer Martin, Bill Conrad, and Nancy Martinez.
The first comment is from Diana Ellis. It's regarding the vaccine mandate. She says, I will not be getting the vaccine for my children. They will be homeschooled if it is forced upon my children. The next comment is from Stacy McCurdy. I would like to thank the Snowline JUSD for the ongoing commitment to public health measures, which has ensured a safe and equitable learning environment for all students and staff throughout the district. This comment is from Monica Cicerelli. I just want to thank the district for everything you are doing. You are appreciated. And one more from R. Newton. He says, our family is in full support of a vaccine mandate for staff and eligible students.
Craig Davis.
All right, good evening, everybody. Parents, board members. I really appreciate the board members that are actually paying attention and looking up here. I have 6 kids that have either gone through the Snowline School District or are currently in the Snowline School District. I am not anti-vaccine. I got my measles, I got my mumps, and I got the chicken pox from Bobby down the street. Because back then, you were more likely to survive if you got it naturally. This vaccine that they're toting for COVID is not a vaccine, okay? It is a viral, just like the flu. You're gonna have to get a flu shot every year, so you're gonna have to get this shot every year. I do not get the flu shot. My wife gets the flu shot. I don't get it because I got sick getting it one time. My kids, some of them are adults, some of them have been mandated because they are in the military to get the shot. I have some kids that are adults that chose to get the shot. My personal opinion is it is your choice to get the shot or not get the shot. I have a 16-year-old daughter who is scared. She does not want to get the shot, but she wants to continue to go to this school. You all have the power to make this happen. Even though you say sometimes you don't, you actually do have the power to make this happen. You cannot push this mandate on everybody. Sorry. You guys need to stop Googling stuff, okay? Google is going to take you to what everybody else wants you to hear, what the news media wants you to hear. Read the science, actual science. Look at the Israel studies. Look at the UK studies. Look at where they're saying that if you actually got COVID, which everybody in my home has got COVID, we all survived. I'm not saying this is not a deadly virus because I have had friends that have died from it. I've also had friends that have got very bad reactions from getting the shot. Okay? It's your choice. It's our kids' choice to get the shot or not. It should not be your guys' choice. I'm going to leave you guys with one thing. My wife said to me last night, I would feel horrible if I had to make my child get the shot and something happened to them. How are all of you going to feel if you make our children get the shot and one of them dies? How are you going to feel? Okay? And then one last thing.
3 minutes, thank you.
One last thing. At the end of your session, when you guys give me a comment, I'd like to hear from each of you. Are you guys for the mandate or are you guys against the mandate?
Gary Yeager.
I'm not a big microphone guy, I apologize. Oh, yeah, I'll start walking. All right, good evening, guys. No need for the 2:30 or the 30-second mark. Mine's 3 minutes exactly because I have practiced it about 14 times. Good evening, Ryan and fellow community members. Please don't be offended that I'm not using your official titles tonight, because I am not here on official business. I'm not here to discuss curriculum, class sizes, or the playground equipment at my daughter's school. I'm here tonight as a community member and, more importantly, a dad that is desperately going to attempt to connect with you, other moms and dads, i.e. you. My goal tonight is simple. It's to ask you, my fellow friends and community members, to adopt a resolution that stands up against the vaccination mandate and, more importantly, provides a pro-choice for my family and our community. Nothing more, nothing less. My family has been an intricate part of this community for over 30 years. My wife and I graduated from Serrano. My son graduated from Serrano. My daughter Taylor is a senior at Serrano, and my daughter Tinsley attends Pinion Hills Elementary. My daughter Taylor is a high honor student, plays 3 sports here at Serrano, and this last year brought home the Mojave River League title for the 2, 4, and 4x4 relay for track and field. Thank you. My daughter Tinsley is following in her footsteps and excels as a 5th grade academically and socially by playing soccer, drama club, and soon to be in choir. Why is any of this important? It's important because we have done everything that you as a school board or you as educators have asked us to do. We have made education a priority in our house. We have been active members within our schools. We have taken the time to be a part of the SARB committee here for the school district, and we have even bought every item on a materials list that was sent home by our teachers so that my daughter's class had the right materials to do a school-wide science project. We don't do these things because we need a pat on the back. We do these things because it's what's asked of us, and it's the right thing to do for the children of our school district. We chose to stay here in this community after graduating and raising our family here because of this school district. We believed in the district's academics, the small town intimate learning environment, and more importantly, the morals, ethics that helped raise my wife and I while we attended school here too. I'm sad to say that today our morals, ethics, our rights are under attack, and now it's your turn to do the right thing for us. Not for you to receive a pat on the back, not for you to receive accolades, but simply because now we are asking for you to return the favor and do the right thing for us, and more importantly, our kids. Back to the question at hand. We as a community are asking you, our friends, our fellow community members, our fellow mom and dads, to adopt a resolution that stands up against the vaccination mandate and provides us, the parents, the ability of pro-choice. This is not political. This is not about Republican versus Democrat. This is not about which side of the aisle you sit on. This is not even about the vaccination. This is simply about letting us as parents have the right and choice of whether or not we choose to vaccinate our kids. As you always say, Ryan.
It's 3 minutes.
Okay, I got 2 more sentences. As you always say, Ryan, we are stronger together. So please be strong with us. Unite with us, your community, and stand together with the other districts that have already chosen to be stronger together in this fight. Thank you.
Jennifer Martin.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Martin. That's hard to follow up on. So I'm actually here as the spouse of someone who works in the district, as well as my children attend this district. And I also work for a separate district, and for over 20 years. And Mr. Miller will know because he also worked with me at one time. So I am here on behalf of my children and my husband. I am asking you to adopt a resolution to please do not mandate this vaccine. I have an older daughter who graduated from Serrano, blessed with running that we didn't even know about under Coach Quinn. She is now on a D1 running scholarship at Arkansas State University. This is not great. So she was pressured to get the vaccine even though she did not want the vaccine. It was not really a choice. The NCAA put so much pressure on her to get the vaccine, she had to essentially comply or train on her own. Really not a choice if you're a runner. And after she already had COVID, by the way, with the whole team. After she had the first shot, she felt horrible, which, okay, I get it, she didn't feel good. After the second shot, she's having trouble breathing. She's a runner, she's healthy, there's no pre-existing conditions or anything. That is an eye-opener. My other two children, my husband and I, will not be vaccinated. If that means we no longer are employed in our school district, so be it. Breaks my heart. Because Snowline is a community that I am so thankful for my children. They've made friends, we've made friends. I don't want to leave this community and pull my children. But to put my kid, thankfully my middle girl might be able to get out this year as a senior without having to get the stupid vaccine. We might be able to get her out. But my son, he's a sophomore. People say homeschool. My kid's life is friends and sports. If I homeschool him, this all goes away for him and I don't know what will happen. So that's not an option. My kids have to be in seat, in person, and that means no vaccine for my family. And I believe everybody here feels the same. I'm just asking you just to do a resolution to allow us the choice. That's what I'm asking. Those that want to be vaccinated, more power to you. I respect your choice. Just please respect my family's choice, which is not independent study, not homeschooling, in-seat learning. That's all I'm asking, that the district write a resolution. Apple Valley School District has done it. My district is kind of trying to do it. I pray that they stand by it. So I'm just asking that you as well follow suit. And maybe as a community, as the districts all around, we can stand together. That's all I'm asking.
Bill Conrad.
All right, so I have a lot to say. I'm going to talk really fast. Dear Snowline administration, board members, fellow colleagues, and friends, my name is Bill Conrad, and I'm an elementary school teacher of 15 years in this district. Ryan, Sean, and Alan, I have known all three of you and worked closely with all of you in many different capacities. I am here today to speak to you on the issue of school mandates, both of the masks and of the vaccine. I'm not going to focus on the 99% survival rate in kids or the 95% survival rate in all other age groups. I'm also not going to focus on the waning efficacy of the vaccines over time. These are both issues that I'm sure you have heard about from many others through both emails and in conversations with others, and also probably through your own research and media intake. I am, however, going to talk to you about these mandates through other lenses. The first being the lens of science. As educators, we all know that science is forever changing, evolving, and growing. It is the nature of science and variables to yield different results. Our bodies are all different. Our health problems or successes are all different. We cannot say that there is a one-size-fits-all science-based solution that works for everybody with this virus. So, the science that works for you and your body is not the science that necessarily works for me and my body. The science that led others to get vaccinated is not the science that has led me to instead focus on vitamins, probiotics, gut health, and natural immunity from having had not only COVID-19, but the swine flu back in 2009. Thus, the science that some are following should not be the science that we are forcing on our staff or the families and their children. Next, I'd like to focus on the idea that little Johnny needs to get vaccinated to protect those in his life. This idea is nonsense. Little Johnny does not need to get an experimental vaccine injected into his body to protect anyone. The people in his life have that choice. They can get vaccinated. Another person getting the vaccine does not protect me, and me not getting the vaccine doesn't hurt them. We all need to be allowed to choose for ourselves what is best for our bodies and our children. And our children are not even being affected negatively by this virus in huge numbers. I would also like to speak on the idea that some of you are possibly afraid that you might get arrested or fined if you don't follow this requirement or mandate. This, again, is false. In talking with one of the city council members of Hesperia, he told me and a group of others that he had personally talked to the head sheriffs in many of the different areas around the high desert, and none of them are going to arrest any school or district employees or administrative staff for not following these so-called mandates or expectations. Please remember that mandates are not laws. Requirements are not laws. You must stand up for what is right. And again, putting this experimental vaccine that contains the largest vaccine particles that have ever been used in a vaccine into the bodies of others is unethical and completely unjust and unnecessary. Last, I want to finish with what I would like to see Snowline do. We need to join forces with the other districts who are standing up against this mandate. Plainly stated, there is power in numbers. If we join together with the other districts and release a collective statement that we are not going to enforce these mandates or requirements any longer, then we stand a chance to come out in the end on the right side of history for our children, our colleagues, our freedoms, and our friends. Thank you very much.
Nancy Martinez.
I don't even know how to follow that. So my name is Nancy Martinez, and I will just come out and say that I have 2 children, but I homeschool my children. I am here on behalf of other parents and for children whose parents are still sleeping at home, because what the district is trying to do is unacceptable. You have already muzzled these children. I have to share with you that film that I saw beforehand. It was so beautiful to see these children smiling and to actually see their emotions. On any given weekend, I can go on any of your campuses to attend any kind of an event, and there is no restrictions. You see people being families and doing the things that children normally do, but yet you continue to muzzle these children and keep parents outside of the campus Monday through Friday during school hours as if that's the only time that COVID is supposed to appear. Shame on you for doing that. The hypocrisy when it comes to the school district. Let's remember, mandate does not equal law. We, the people, did not vote on this to be done. To expect parents, not all parents want to homeschool their children or choose or have that option. However, they do have the choice on what they put into their children's body, and not everybody wants an aborted baby injected into their child. This isn't a science experiment. Our children are not guinea pigs. You need to drop these mask mandates, and do not prevent these children who love attending your school district from coming back in the fall or during winter break because you have implemented these policies that come from tyrants. So I just speak on behalf of parents who are not here to say that I oppose any mandate that the school district has.
Yeah. Nancy, if you would read off a few more of the online comments while I get the next folks ready. Kylie Carpenter, Rebecca Libanati, Maria Johnston, Diane Johnston, and Lauren Beardsley.
This comment is from Carrie Olson. Her comment is, I am seeing more and more district boards around us that are taking a stand against the mandates. It started with Lucerne Valley, but now Apple Valley and other California districts are also voicing their objections to these mandates. I implore you to do the same. You stand for what is good for kids. These mandates are not good for kids or for the staff members. The establishment keeps moving the goalpost and never giving back any freedoms. They say, get the vaccine to stop the spread, yet the vaccine does not stop the spread. Wear masks to stay healthy. Well, my masked classroom has had many sick children. We still spread the germs to each other. None were COVID, by the way. Parents and staff should have choices. The district administration has stated that the district is following what they are told to follow from the state agencies. I can't help but think of Nazi Germany when all those soldiers and officers were only following orders. Will you continue to follow orders when orders when they are doing harm. I served in the Air Force, and even though we were expected to follow orders, we were also held accountable to the orders in which we followed. If those orders were unreasonable, we were to question them. I defended the rights of American citizens then, and I continue to do so. These mandates are unreasonable and dangerous. The vaccines have been in an experimental stage because they have not completed all phases of study, which includes long-term effects. I have read research studies and have followed reported adverse reactions to the vaccine with adults. Compared to all other vaccines throughout history, these COVID vaccines are showing many more adverse reactions. Now, will we follow state guidelines to use and force children to be part of any experiment or get their education elsewhere? This goes against the Nuremberg Code. It is our duty as American citizens and moral humans to stand against harmful government policies. Don't be subjected to the bystander effect and diffuse your moral and ethical responsibilities to the state agencies. You were elected to do what is right and best for our students. Stand up and voice for choice. One more. This one is from Julie Beard.
We'll continue with live.
Oh, I'm
comments.
sorry.
Sorry about
Okay.
that. Kylie Carpenter.
Hi, my name is Kylie and I'm a Snowline student. I'm here to say that I do not agree with this mandate. We live in a free country. I should not be forced to put anything in my body that I don't want. My body, my choice.
Rebecca Lebanati.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Libanati. I am the district nurse for the school district. One of my main jobs is vaccine compliance. My department spends hundreds of hours making sure our students are compliant on mandated vaccines. I file reports to the state throughout the year saying how our district is doing with vaccination compliance. I am all for vaccines that are tested and have years of science behind them. I am not an anti-vaxxer. I have all my required shots. My children have all of their required shots. This is not about politics. This is about what's right for kids and following science. I don't even have kids in this district, but this issue is so big to me. Here I am, as the nurse for the district, the only one making a stand. The COVID-19 vaccines were given emergency authorization uses by the FDA on December 10, 2020 for ages 16 and plus. Ages 12 through 15 was added on May 21st, or May 10th of 2021, and Pfizer got full FDA approval on August 23rd for people 16 and older. This was done with minimal study data behind the shots. The proper trials are not expected to be completed in 2023. The normal animal testing was bypassed. Vaccines have taken many years to develop, and I actually emailed the board a PowerPoint presentation that I wasn't able to bring today. But the time that vaccines have been tested is on slide number 2, which, like the MMR, has had 50-something years of science behind it. The polio has had 60-something years behind it before it became useful and works, and that's why it's a mandate. Dr. Robert Malone, who fathered the work of the mRNA gene therapy, has said himself that although mRNA technology is not new, mRNA has never been injected into humans. He also recently said there is no scientific or medical justification for vaccinating children with COVID-19. The adverse effect of these shots were known from the beginning and have been well documented in the CDC VIRS database, as well as other databases, noting 17,000+ deaths directly related to the shot. Those are on slide 3 and 4 if you guys have that.
30 seconds.
Oh my gosh, I'm not even done. Okay. Vaccine injuries from these shots are more than 800,000. It's also well documented that children do not get severely ill from this. Comparative analysis shows that children under the age of 15 have a significantly lower risk of death from COVID than the seasonal flu. For example, children under the age of 15 have a 1 in 155,000 chance of dying of flu and a 1 in 1.2 million chance of dying of COVID-19.
That's 3 minutes.
As a nurse, my duty is to do no harm.
Thank
This
you.
shot is having harm on our children. The adverse side effects are out there. And give me 20 more seconds. The FDA today approved emergency authorization for ages 5 through 12 on a vote from 17 to 1.
Yeah.
One of the
Next
doctors
person,
on the
please.
panel said, "We really don't know how it's going to affect them until we do it." Another doctor said, "We are vaccinating the children to make the adults feel safe." This is not right.
Yeah,
You guys
your
need
time's
to
up.
make a stand.
Maria Johnston.
Thank you. Yeah. Hello, my name is Maria Johnston. I'm against the vaccine or mandate, CRT and masks. I have a daughter that goes to Serrano High School, and she's not vaccinated, nor do I want her to be. CRT, critical race theory, is being taught in the schools right now. It's racism, it's hate, and it's division. And it's segregation. It's a French ideology that grew out in the 1970s by Derek Bell, Harvard Law School. It's a part of Marxism ideology pushed by the radical left to bring down this country. It violates the 14th Amendment Equal Protective Clause of the Constitution. Our children have every right to be unharmed by this push, hate, division, racism, and segregation being forced by them. It also violates the 1964 Civil Rights Act, Section 7, look it up. A.G. Merrick Garland is promoting CRT with his family. We all know this. His son-in-law, Zan Tanner, is a co-founder of Panoramic Education, who also partners with many schools and is asking surveys which ask young girls in our schools about their sexuality. He's making millions of dollars with his son-in-law using this hate and businesses and contracted with many schools across America. Many people don't know that. Now we know why parents are being arrested by FBI when they speak at these schools by the crooked FBI and Department of Justice. The vaccine mandate is unlawful. We have millions and millions of illegal aliens infected coming across our borders with other diseases, and no one is saying anything about it. They are exempt from taking the vaccine, and some of them not even being tested. Yet, our children are given an ultimatum whether they can go to school. No, they cannot unless they get jabbed by 2022. This is not fair to them. This isn't about keeping our kids safe in our communities or in our schools. It's about selling as many vaccines as they can so Fauci, Biden, China, Pelosi and company, and her
30
nephew, Gavin Newsom, can profit off of these vaccines. They're being lab rats and they're getting rich off of it. It's about power and control and pushing their socialist agenda, Marxism, and we will not comply.
Diane Johnston.
I see a lot of faces in here of families that I've worked with in past and present. I'm here to stand with you. I was not going to speak tonight, although I'm not afraid to voice my opinion, but I've had many families come up to me in concern, and they've encouraged me to be here with them tonight. And for the board members and district administration, I want to start off by thanking you for being amazing to my family. We have been part of this district and community since my oldest started kindergarten at Pennant Hills Elementary. This district has been a huge part of my children's successes along with mine. Starting off with my son, who is currently 22, down to my youngest, currently a senior at Serrano. Because of the hard work and dedication that drives this district, my children with different needs have prospered through you. And I would like them to continue prospering through you. I also want you to know that I understand this is not an easy position for you to be in. I know you truly care for this community, your staff, your families, and most importantly, your students, as we all do. As a teacher, these have been very difficult times. I can't imagine how hard it's been for you. All of you have had to make very difficult decisions throughout this unprecedented time. Know that I have appreciated all your hard work and continuing to think of others. As many know in this room, I have multiple sclerosis. It is an autoimmune disorder that attacks my nervous system. I could be in a wheelchair tomorrow. I struggle every day with chronic fatigue. I am scared to take the vaccination. I don't know what it's going to do to my body. The treatment I am on is an infusion that I get once a year. According to CDC guidelines, I am not supposed to take the vaccination until 6 months after each infusion. However, it has been added to some of the COVID-19 vaccines. They are now including rare autoimmune nerve disorders to its list of possible complications. I cannot get a medical exemption because medical exemptions are only for those that cannot at all take the vaccination. I know I am not the only one that's going to affect. It's going to affect many adults and children also. I have already had COVID and made a full recovery, as many of you in this room have, along with administrators and board members.
30 seconds.
Considering the short trials, I am not comfortable adding this vaccine to my body until more time has passed and data is collected for more people like me. I am not comfortable giving this vaccine to my children. This is not just my own personal situation. There are many families in here that have health concerns also. I am not against the vaccine. I do, however, believe these choices should be left to parents to determine what is best for themselves and their families. I have been a part of this community for 17 years, teaching in the district and being a part of other extracurricular activities. I have loved raising my children here and being part of this community. I love that I can go to Staters and chat with the cashier who still asks about my children and how they are when she gave them stickers when they were young. I love that I can run into 5 people I know and catch up with previous students of mine spending an extra hour at the store. I love that Dr. Holman, who knows everybody and their grandmother's names, stops and checks in with everyone. It breaks my heart to consider leaving this community, as I do not feel safe taking the vaccine or giving the vaccine to my children. This is not a political decision for me, but is very much so a health concern. I am asking you, on behalf of Snowline families, to take a stand for us, and we will stand with you.
Lauren Beardsley.
Hi, can you hear me? Is that better? Okay. I'm Lauren Beardsley. I'm a 2nd grade teacher at Heritage. I am not known to be a squeaky wheel, but one of my students is here, and I need to do what I ask her to do, to be brave and to do the things that are hard. I do not want the vaccine mandate. I do not like wearing masks in the classroom. But I do follow that rule. But I'm here tonight to talk about the testing policy for the staff of the Snowline District. I sent the board an email yesterday. I know you're very busy, you're very stressed, as we all are. You might not have had a chance to get to that, so I'd just like to read a few points from that email. The policy, as it is currently implemented for unvaccinated individuals, is discriminatory, punitive, it violates the ADA, and it is coercive. discriminatory. It is now indisputable that vaccinated individuals can contract and transmit the virus. Therefore, testing only those unvaccinated individuals is nonsensical as it pertains to the safety of staff and students. If testing is intended to identify those infected, since both the vaccinated and unvaccinated can contract and transmit COVID-19, if anyone is subject to testing, then everyone should be subject to testing. It is also punitive. As illustrated above, this policy isn't implemented out of a concern for safety. As currently implemented, it is purposely intended as punishment to those who have not received the COVID-19 vaccination. ADA violation. This policy singles out unvaccinated employees. It is in effect treating them as having a disability, when in fact they do not. Discrimination based upon a perceived disability is in direct violation of the ADA. And it is coercive. The policy is specifically designed to make life more difficult for the unvaccinated, the objective being to influence these individuals to be injected with a vaccine when they would otherwise choose not to be. That's the very definition of coercion. I know that many times we understand that your hands are tied, this directive is coming from somewhere else, but these words still need to be spoken out loud because you are in charge of what is happening to the staff.
30
with
seconds.
The testing policy. It is not about COVID transmission, but has everything to do with how we have been told to react to information that has been selected for us to know. It would seem that Snowline is being coerced maybe by the fear of losing state funding or fear of losing a career. Our students are worth facing our fears for. I am facing a small fear right now.
That's 3 minutes.
It is time to stand up. It is time to show our students that we do stand up
Ms. Beardsley,
when
that's
there is
3 minutes.
discrimination and unequitable treatment. Our people matter.
I'd like to call up next Stephanie Motley, Cameron Gregg, Adam Thorpe, Meredith Coiler, and Tiffany Ukon.
This comment is from Julie Beard. I want to give my most heartfelt thanks and appreciation to the school board, superintendent, and all other public officials working so hard for the safety of our community. Thank you for your leadership and unwavering commitment to the health of our families. You are supported by many in the community, and I, for one, am glad that you are following the guidelines. Thank you. This comment is from Renee Adams. Children are not at risk for death from COVID-19. The vaccine could be more dangerous than the disease to our children, but we won't know until years to come when the damages are being studied. Mandates are un-American. We should have personal choices. Jamie Carone. This comment is in regard to the potential imposition of a vaccine mandate at Snowline. Below are points I'd like to make in strong opposition to the mandate. This is not an adult vaccine. Therefore, the statement that this will only be another one of 10 vaccines already required, like polio, is false. Furthermore, unlike polio, the COVID-19 vaccine does not prevent any individual from getting, carrying, or transmitting COVID-19. Therefore, you will be putting the health of our children at risk and protecting no one should you implement the mandate. Additionally, actual vaccines like polio and MMR have been around for decades. The side effects and long-term effects are known and documented. There have been 0 outbreaks within the Snowline School District. How can you justify injecting our children with this experimental EUA vaccine when they are not contracting or passing the virus? How can you guarantee the risks to our children does not outweigh the reward? Clearly, this mandate is politically motivated. Newsom rejected a judge's court order to require prison guards to be vaccinated. Newsom is fighting for their right to remain unvaccinated. Coincidentally, they donated $1.75 billion to his recall campaign. He is playing politics. If you implement this mandate, you too will be playing politics, except you will be gambling with our children's lives, their health, and our freedoms. I'll read one more point, and then I'm sure she's at her 3 minutes. Cases continue to drop nationwide and especially in California. There has been a 40% reduction in cases with over 3,000 completely open. LA County Health Director Barbara Ferrer stated on October 1st in the LA Times that these numbers are amazingly low. Again, how will you justify this mandate?
Thank you. Stephanie Motley.
Hi, my name's Stephanie Motley. I have 3 students in your district. I have a kindergarten, first grader, and a freshman. Throughout this whole COVID thing, Dr. Holman, I have watched all your virtual videos. Every question we asked, most parents asked, your response was, I'm following the science. This is what science has told everybody since COVID started. They said, wear a mask. Said wearing a mask will not prevent the spread of COVID. Then it said wearing a mask will prevent the spread. Then one mask wasn't enough. You now need to wear 2, but that didn't work either. So you need to get vaccinated. Vaccines work, and you wouldn't need to wear a mask. But a vaccine was not enough on its own. You still need to wear a mask. Then it said wearing 2 masks and getting vaccinated was the answer. But you can still catch, carry, and spread COVID. Science does not know the long-term side effects of the shot on adults, and they have not come close to completing the science experiments on our children. Do they know any heart issues, blood clots, fertility issues, or many side effects it may cause over the course of our children's lives? No, because they have not done the reasonable or legitimate amount of research. It's up to you and us as parents to take a stand and protect our children instead of bow down to one man who believes he knows what's best for our children. Whether you are vaccinated or not, you can still catch, carry, and spread COVID. The adverse side effects from COVID vaccine in children that may already be approved are in the thousands. That includes everything from injection site issues up to death and everything in between. I am not willing to roll the dice on my children's health and future. I will not allow you to do that either. It's time for you guys to take a stand. If you don't want to take a stand, it's time to back down. These are our kids. This is their life. If something happens to our kids, are you willing to take responsibility? Probably not. You'll just say it's what science told us.
Cameron Gregg.
All right, good evening, board. I too am an elected official just like you. But I want to remind you of one thing that all of us had to do in order to be obliged by the communities in which we serve to sit where you're sitting. You take the oath of office, right? I want to remind you of this, that you solemnly swore or affirmed that you would support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the state of California against all enemies, both foreign and domestic. I'm going to leave it with that. I'm not going to lecture you on the oath that you took, because I believe that you remember these things and you guide that. So as the mayor of the city of Hesperia, recently we took action as a city to propose 2 resolutions opposing the vaccine mandate, supporting our school district, even though that's not within our realm. We understand that it's 2 separate bodies and 2 separate governmental agencies, but we stand with our teachers. We stand with the JUSD staff. I implore you to get off of the fence, make your decision, and make it in the form of a resolution. Put it amongst all these folks here tonight. Get off the fence. This isn't the time to stand behind policies that you're saying, mask mandates which aren't laws. Speak up for your people. I don't go out typically to other agencies, but this is the time that we must reach across our boundaries of the city or county even, we will join you. We will stand with you, not behind you or in front of you. We will stand beside you. Prior to the meeting, I did leave my card up there at the dais for you folks. It has my personal cell phone on there. If you have questions, comments, concerns, let's work together. There's a ton of smart people here. We can figure out a solution to this just based off of your community alone. Reach out to me. Let's have constructive conversations. Allow us to be partners, be our partner in this as well. The Hesperia Recreation and Park District, the Apple Valley School District that's taken the stand. Thank you.
Adam Thorpe.
Good evening, board. My name is Adam Thorpe. My daughter's here. She's a school-age student at Snowline. I thought the message, teach them kindness, was excellent. However, there's a caveat on that I teach my children. You teach people how they're going to treat you when that falls short. They are here tonight to see this. This is history. They're learning how to petition their government when it falls short. My first experience with that was in high school. As a junior in high school, 3,000 students walked out in an attempt to get our principal fired for undue and unfair treatment of minority and underprivileged students. They were treating some students unfairly. I think that applies today. We're not treating everyone equal. But 3,000 students walked out, we got our principal fired. It works. Petition your government, that's why we're here. My dad told me that the best level of government is the government closest to you. It's because we can petition you. We can get in a room with you and look you in the eyes and say, that's why you exist. If you didn't exist, all we would have is Sacramento. But if all you're going to do is follow Sacramento, I ask you the question, why do you exist then? If you're just going to bow down to Sacramento, we don't need you. We elected you to be a buffer to the government and be our local government. I'm beginning to lose faith if you guys follow the state, because we all saw that a year of online learning created nothing than learning loss. It was a waste of time. But at the time, they said it was the best thing. It wasn't a good thing. They failed. This mandate's starting to feel the same. The irony of your recent emails regarding attendance, your attendance policy prior to COVID increased the number of sick children in the name of attendance and money. If there was greater than 5 absences, you started sending out letters in regarding to attendance, which was forcing people to send sick kids to school and increasing influenza numbers. Influenza was far more dangerous to children than COVID. So this is a lesson I told my daughter. If you want to get to your government, go towards the money. I think you noticed on Monday the 18th that you probably had a financial loss. There were 7 kids in a classroom of 30 at one of her schools. Okay? Remember what I said, kids. You can get their attention and make it happen. And again, I had to tell my daughter, I don't think this has anything to do with them caring about your safety. It comes back to money. But again, their money of you following this mandate versus how many people are going to leave. You will have empty seats. Do the math. You're going to lose money either way. Keep the kids.
30 seconds.
Ultimately, if the mandate is to vaccinate our kids to interrupt spread, they are treating them as a vector. It has nothing to do with their safety. They're treating them like spraying for mosquitoes to stop West Nile or eliminating rats for bubonic plague. This has nothing to do with their safety. This is not affecting them. And again, I told my daughter to watch for hypocrisy. I have a very long-lasting memory. Prior to COVID, your attendance policies were garbage. You were punishing people for keeping sick children home in the name of attendance and money.
That's
but
3
now
minutes.
to suddenly act as though you care about their safety is hypocritical and falls short.
Meredith Kolar.
I'm Meredith Quaylar. I have 3 children attending school in Snowline School District, and I myself graduated from Serrano in the class 99. Go Diamondbacks. 442. Does that number mean anything to you? 442 is the number of COVID deaths of children between the ages of 5 and 18 from the beginning of the pandemic until now. Remember when our math teachers used to say, you better learn this stuff because you're not going to always have a calculator with you? Well, now I'm a stay-at-home mom with an iPhone in my pocket, And I know that there are 50 million children in school in this nation. I know you guys know how to do math. If we divide 442 by 50 million times 100, that means that our children have a 0.000884% chance of dying from COVID. That means that they have a 99.999116% chance of not dying from COVID. Do not mandate a vaccination for our children, for an illness that our children are not affected by. Stand with your students, stand with your parents, stand with your families. Withdraw from the National School Board Association and unmask our kids.
Tiffany O'Connor.
Okay, I'm going to try to go quick because we all know you're watching that clock. Good evening, board. My name is Tiffany O'Connor, and I am a parent of 2 students in the Snowline School District. I'm also a graduate of Serrano High School. Like everyone here, the last 2 years of this pandemic have been a challenge for our family, to say the least. We struggled our way through distance learning, where I heard my straight-A student tell me on a daily how much he hated school. We were finally excited and relieved to return to in-person, and now that our kids are finally catching up, this vaccine mandate is dropped on us. Obviously, my kids have had other immunizations because they attend in person. However, besides the composition of this vaccine, there is a huge difference between other school vaccine mandates and this one: time. The Tdap vaccine was FDA approved in 1991 and wasn't mandatory for schools until 2011. Polio was FDA approved in 1955, but wasn't mandatory for schools until 1962. MMR was FDA approved in 1971, but wasn't mandatory for schools until 2001. Hep B was approved in 81 and not mandatory until 1997. Varicella was approved in 95 and not mandatory until 01. Considering how young the COVID vaccine is, it should be a parent's choice on vaccine use, not the government's. Many of us here have emailed the board and gotten the response that it's above you. You need to talk to your state officials. I'm sorry, with all due respect, let's be honest. Your hands are not tied, you're protecting your jobs. The Snowline I remember, thank you. The Snowline I remember was bold. The Snowline I remember had a board that would put their jobs on the line for the well-being of their students and for freedom. The Snowline I remember, I want to say way to go to the staff members for coming, awesome. The Snowline I remember would walk alongside parents to cater to each child's individual needs. This is not what the mandate stands for. Each person deserves the freedom to make that choice for themselves and their children. Lucerne Valley, Apple Valley, they've all standed up and voted to oppose the mandate. That is all we are asking for you to do. Stand up for our right to choose for our children. If people do not stand up, thousands of students will be pulled out of in-person learning. I'll do it. I will. I know all these people will too.
30 seconds.
Now is the time. Stand up, Snowline, or you're going to lose a lot of students.
You want to do the phone?
All right, so the next 5 folks: Alejandro Adami, Kelly, Floyd Lumpkins, Sharon Whitehead, and Dan. Yes, please.
This comment comes from Jeff Kirby. He says, Lucerne Valley and Apple Valley school districts have recently shown strong leadership by adopting resolutions against COVID vaccine as well as mask mandates. Quote from the Lucerne Valley USD resolution: individual school boards lack legal authority to mandate the COVID-19 vaccine for students. Pursuant to Title 17, Section 6025 of the California Code of Regulations, a school shall unconditionally admit or allow continued attendance to any child, provided the school has received documentation that the child has been immunized in accordance with Section 6065 and 6060, a permanent medical exemption in accordance with Section 6051, or a personal beliefs exemption in accordance with Health and Safety Code, Section 120335. This evening, we hope to witness a vote on a resolution against any vaccine as well as mask mandates for our children. Thank you.
Alejandro Adami.
Hi, I wasn't planning on being here. I just came to get my son. And I saw the people. What's going on? They're like, oh, they're talking about the mask mandate. And I was like, what? I didn't get anything. I get emails and texts about all kinds of nonsense half the time. And I ignore it. I admit it. And I saw and I heard. I'm like, okay, I got to come down here. So he stayed. I was supposed to take him to jiu-jitsu, but we're here. So I'm not going to bring up numbers because obviously I don't have any. But I can definitely echo what the science that you seem to not listen to, that they're talking about. If you're really about science, look at those numbers. I should get more sick than any of the kids here because I'm 47. I'm older. I'm halfway healthy. We know people that are unhealthy with previous conditions or some, a little heavier are more likely to get sick and die from it. This is not the case with the kids. Look at all the numbers you're talking about. Morbidity rate of less than 0.1% for kids. How does a mask mandate change any of that? You talk about following science. Your Lord and Savior Fauci, at the beginning of all this, even before the COVID, said masks. He laughed on video. Look it up. If you don't believe me, look it up. He laughed and said, masks don't do anything. He himself, your Lord and Savior Fauci, said that. Go back to, sorry. And where's the what? Yeah, and we can talk about masks. We know if you look up studies, touching your mask, adjusting your mask, I think you're supposed to throw it away after 30 minutes? You're gonna supply 1 million masks per day for all the kids that are supposed to throw their masks or any kid that touches their mask? It's pointless. And we all see the politicians up there who should be masked or muzzled, but we see the politicians up there standing up there, putting on their mask for the camera, and yet they want to tell our kids to be masked? That makes no sense. They should be masked. They're the ones that are more likely to get killed or die from this disease or whatever you want to call it. This makes no sense. If you're really about the science, it should be a no-brainer. You should destroy this mandate and throw it in the air and say, this is stupid. That's what it is. It's stupid. But at the same time, I honor if you want to wear your mask, wear your mask. More power to you. You want to get jabbed? Get jabbed. I haven't had a vaccine in over 10 years. I have maybe once in the last 10 years gotten a cold. Where is the science in that? It makes no sense to do this to our kids. I beg you, I implore you. I'll get emotional about the parents and the teachers that come out here. I applaud you. I'm lucky my son's a senior, and he was unavailable that day that many of you didn't have your kids come, and that should teach you a lesson about what's going to happen if you continue this. You think you're not losing money? You're going to lose a lot of money, and worse than that.
It's 3 minutes.
Thank you, everybody.
Kelly?
Good evening, Board. My name is Kelly Gregg, and I, too, am an elected official for the City of Hesperia. I'm a director for Hesperia Recreation and Park District. I, too, do not normally cross our border lines to reach out to our sister cities, but this is very important to me. In the past 2 to 3 weeks, I've attended Apple Valley Unified School District meetings, Hesperia Unified School District meetings, Hesperia Park District meetings, Associated San Bernardino County Special District meetings, and several conferences in Sacramento and in Lake Tahoe to gain more knowledge about what's going on. The facts are in front of you. You're being lied to. This is about money. Just to give you for one instance, Hesperia Unified School District gained $118 million in COVID relief money, and I was told directly by the board president, Mr. Eric Swanson, that they would never be able to spend all of that money on COVID-related items. The next thing I want to share with you is that Hesperia Recreation and Park District, the board of directors have stood in unity with our city leaders. Mayor Cameron Gregg, that's my son, I'm pretty proud of you. In battling tyranny. Last night, I know it's going to sound crazy, I witnessed one board member on the Hesperia Unified School District board fight against 4 tyrants as well. That gentleman's name was Cody Gregg, my middle son. We are very heavily invested in this community. This is about community. That's why we're involved. I moved to this community in 1971. I've been here a long time. I've been out to Phelan. I enjoy your community. You need to stand up for your residents. Remember, we don't work for you, you work for us. Hesperia Recreation and Park District never shut down our parks at any time during the COVID-19. We did not shut down any of our equestrian events during the COVID-19 process, and we did not shut down any of our sports facilities. People were going to Utah, people were going to Arizona to play baseball until they found out that our fields were open. We were so inundated with reservations that we had to actually start turning people away and increasing our fees to make sure that everybody got their play. Not one COVID-related issue in that entire time. Our camping, our fishing, all of that remained open. Our board of directors never stopped meeting in person, and we never closed our meetings to anybody. Here we are today. I am not sick one time. Do what's right. These are your employers. You are the employees.
Lloyd Lumpkins.
Board, Mr. Holman, Mr. Miller, I've known you guys for a long time. You guys hired me to work at Phelan Elementary, and all I ask is that you give me the opportunity to work with all of our kids, not just the vaccinated ones. I enjoy working with our students, and I'll do anything in the world for any one of those students. And I ask you guys to let me work with every one of those students, whether they're vaccinated or not. Let it be their choice. Let it be all these guys in this room, let it be their choice, whether they want to be vaccinated or not, but let me continue to do my job with all of my students, please.
Sharon Whitehead.
Can I give you guys something? Thank you. I have one short, though, for you guys here. Thank you. Thank you. My name is Sharon Whitehead, and I am a mother of a Serrano student and an educator in the district. I just have to say that it's wonderful to see so many people here, so many passionate people here, probably on both sides of the mandate. And I hope as we discuss this, we can all agree that everyone here wants what's best for children, and we all want healthy children. Okay, I have brought you a few things. The first graphic right here is from VAERS. Okay, VAERS is America's official vaccine injury reporting system. The bar graph on the left is a total number of vaccine injuries reported to VAERS each year since 2011. And the right bar graph shows the number of reported vaccine deaths reported to VAERS each year since 2011. As you can see, something happened in 2021. Something happened. This is a signal. If you were a health leader, you would investigate this. So as you can see, though, this is from September 3rd. Since then, now we have another 10,000. So right now there's 17,128 reported deaths
this year alone from shots. If you're a health leader, wouldn't you look into and research this data? I know I would. Okay, will you guys turn to just the back of that page? I printed out some data from San Bernardino County. It shows the cases. I know it's kind of tiny, but the pink line is the cases, and the blue line are the deaths. Hopefully you can see that ones of people are dying in San Bernardino County each day. Okay, now I know every death is tragic, but people die every day. This hardly seems like data from a deadly pandemic. You can look up this data yourself. If you want me to send you the link, you can just ask. If I were a leader, I would want to end our health emergency.
30 seconds.
And I think most of us would want to. Well, then I'll just do one more. If you go to this one right here, this is from the CDC. This is from the Pfizer study. And the chart shows, well, I just want to go over the 16 to 17-year-olds.
10 seconds.
Thank you. Okay. Normally, 0 to 3 heart inflammations they would expect. They found 120 cases.
3 minutes.
Thank you for listening.
Dan. I have a card from Dan. That's the only thing on the card.
That was Lisa Ford's husband.
Okay. Nancy, would you continue? I'll ask up Brian Haney, Christine Rice, Christy Holland, Fernando, and Siri Anderson.
This comment is from James Decker. I would like to use my time to thank the Board of Trustees for their work and dedication to the safety of the children and staff of Snowline Joint Unified School District. I know that it can be difficult to enforce a rule, law, regulation, or mandate that is not independently developed by the board, but I thank you especially for adhering to the federal, state, and county COVID-19 regulations as they apply to our schools, staff, and children. It is unfortunate that the board, administrators, and staff, and at times the students themselves have become the focus of the anger of those who do not support the federal, state, and county COVID-19 regulations. It is also unfortunate that those groups and individuals have chosen you, the board, and your meetings as their setting for voicing their displeasure with and requesting change or non-adherence to those federal, state, and county regulations. They have taken time and focus away from immediate concerns and issues that the board has independent control over. You have all listened, thoughtfully replied, listened some more, and thoughtfully replied some more without losing the necessary focus on the safety of our children, and for that you are to be commended. Thank you again for your concern, for support of, and continued work toward the safety of our children, staff, and everyone at Snowline JUSD during the entirety of this COVID-19 pandemic.
Thank you. We'll continue with live. Brian Haney.
All right, thank you. My name is Brian Haney. I'm a local servant, I guess I would say. I'm a pastor here in the community, been here for a long time, have 4 kids in the district, know many of you on the panel. I take this off only so I can be heard. The only place I wear one of these masks is on school property inside school buildings. I do that out of respect for you, so I want you to know that. I'm not here as someone who is your enemy. I'm not here as someone who wants to be pejorative to you or in any way demean the fact that you guys are trying your best to be helpful to our kids. So I want you to know that. Don't hear me as someone yelling out slanderous things about you or what you have control over and what you don't. And I fully believe you guys are capable at looking at science, and it's been presented here very well tonight. I believe that. I believe you've already made your decisions about whether a vaccine is helpful or not. So I'm not here to talk about that at all. I'm here to just ask you to do what is within your power, because I do believe your hands are not tied. You do have some recourse. We do have a legislative and judicial branch of our government that we can exercise and we can petition. And I would encourage you as board members, I know you can't make decisions about health policy. That's not your job, that's not your role, that's not even why you were elected. So I get it. We can yell about that all day and we can have discussions about it. Many of you have wonderful opinions about it and have presented great cases for looking at that carefully. These people can't make that decision. They're not health officials. But what you can do is you can stand up for the judicial process to be able to really look and challenge these things that are a little sketchy. They very much are. And so I just want to encourage you to have the courage to do that. We want to hear that you are with us. Your community is with us. I know that you can't make things happen because you feel like the money is tied. I know, because I've worked alongside of you in efforts to help bond measures pass in this. Yes, the money is tied. It's also tied to this community. This district will not be soluble. It will not be financially solvent unless you get some bond measures passed. If you do not support the community in this area, I fear that you will never get a bond measure passed in this community. And so beyond just the health requirements, think about the reality of continuing to educate our kids. I have a junior at Serrano. You guys have done a wonderful job educating him. He's beyond my help at homeschool. I'm telling you right now, I could not help that kid. He is so far beyond me because you guys have done a wonderful job taking that responsibly seriously. Now, I'm asking you to consider and use all the recourse at your disposal to challenge these mandates, because they're not laws, to use that and to explain to us, publicly let us know what you've done to push into the legislative process and the judicial process. Sue the government. You are a school district. You have the money there. Do that because you can. That's how your hands are not tied, because it is tied to the money. It's tied to the money in this community. And I know you cannot function for too many more years without the bond measure and the money in this community. It will speak a ton to us if you have our backs. We've heard a lot of people talk. You've heard probably 5 people say we are for the mandates and we are for all of the vaccines. You've heard a lot of other people, and sure more to come, that are opposed to it, which gives you a clue at what your constituency thinks and how they will vote on future bond measures. So just consider that when you think about voting, because beyond the health things, I know you can't control that, but you can think about the money from this community, which I would encourage you guys to think through that. Don't just vote no because it's a tax.
That's 3 minutes.
If you want to educate your kids, you have to give some money towards it. But we need to know that you have our backs. Appreciate you all.
Christine Rice.
Good evening. I'm Christine Rice, and I'm against the mandate, the government for masks and for the jab. And I have a petition here that's signed by many people who live in this community that want the choice to go to the parents regarding the mask wearing in class. I want to share a poem, of all things, from Pastor Niemöller wrote it from prison. Hitler put him in prison. First they came for the Jews. That's the title. First they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for the communists, and I did not speak out because I was not a communist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me. I listened to a doctor on One American News, Dr. Brian Tyson, founder of All Valley Urgent Care in El Centro, California. He's treated over 6,000 patients successfully for COVID. He said, he was asked, should we force kids to get vaccinated? He said, kids should not be vaccinated. He goes on to say the COVID vaccine does not prevent you from getting sick. The COVID vaccine does not prevent you from spreading COVID. The viral load in the vaccinated versus the unvaccinated has been determined. It's exactly the same. They still discount natural immunity. Those who've had COVID before do not get it again, therefore do not spread COVID, and they don't recognize it. Anything in medicine comes back to informed consent. comes into play here. Mandates in medicine, especially for something that doesn't prevent disease, nor the spread of disease, in Dr. Tyson's opinion, is illegal and actually criminal. Because I cannot give another example to mandate, he says, to somebody without informed consent that could potentially give you a disability or death and tell you that you have to do it with no liability. You have no choice, whether you like it or not. And now, your kids. Now, we're going to mandate that your kids get it, or they can't get an education. Not even measles, mumps, and rubella have that kind of requirement. No, you can get exemptions, and you could opt out to give certain vaccinations, but your kids can still get an education. The doctor says, why have informed consent forms then? If the government says you have to get it, well, then you have to get it. So what's next? Across our country, millions of healthcare workers aren't going to work. So how serious is this pandemic really? Dr. Tyson says, number one, it's not an emergency. Case rates are dropping. So if there's not an emergency, then the government powers of the emergency powers, all of those powers are now null and void. The California governor should then rescind this state of emergency because he can afford to lay off 30 to 40% of his healthcare force. Now, to you, the administrators and school board, you took an oath to uphold the United States Constitution. You did not take an oath to follow the governor of California when he gives your district over $23 million in COVID relief. You have to protect and educate children, not enforce a government mandate of a vaccine that lacks informed consent. And I am not a domestic terrorist. I am exercising my First Amendment right, speaking out against mandating masks and vaccines. The National School Board Association is a Marxist organization for calling this a hate crime. Thank you.
3 minutes. Trustee Holland?
Hi. Can you guys hear me okay? No? Sorry. Is that better? Better? Can you hear me now? Okay. My name is Siri Anderson. I'm actually a product of Snowline School District. And just seeing that the schools we've seen this movement for kindness and anti-bullying is so profound and meaningful. And I hope that transcends for the vaccinated and the unvaccinated. I've been a teacher at a preschool for 19 years. I had a family who was afraid of being called Iranian because they thought that they would have judgment. I had a family who didn't want to tell me about Rosh Hashanah because they thought it was too multicultural. How is it okay to say that everyone is welcome and kindness matters, but to now divide everyone into vaccinated and unvaccinated? And I will tell you as a teacher, I will love you, I will value you, I will try to educate you no matter what your vaccination status is, no matter what your religion is, no matter what your sexual preference is, no matter what your race is. And I hope that people can really get behind that. Do we want to be part of segregation? This will enable that. And segregation has never worked in history, and I do not want Snowline to be a part of that. We have been a part of movements that have educated, that have given children value, and really created a magnificent community, and we will destroy that with this mandate. Thank you.
Fernando?
Hi, my name is Christy, and I've been in, or are you up next?
Yeah, I have Fernando.
Oh, Fernando. I know, right?
Well, okay. My name is Fernando Hernandez. I've been a resident of this high desert Snowline district now for about 25 years. I'm a 71-year-old grandfather of 6 children that are attending the Snowline schools, and I'm a combat veteran of Vietnam. I bring that up only for one reason. I graduated from high school. I joined the military immediately. Vietnam was going on. I felt that I wanted to do my part. I then volunteered to go to Vietnam. Not everybody that was in the military did not necessarily end up in Vietnam, but that was my choice. I chose to do that. I didn't realize I was going to take about a dozen different shots before I could get there. The military just runs you through a gauntlet of shots, and you just take the shots. You hope that what they're doing, they know what they're doing. I flunked science, so I couldn't tell the difference one way or the other. But what I'm trying to say right now is I've heard a lot of the comments that have been made this evening, and you certainly have a lot of really good arguments. But this body here is an elected body that needs to follow certain rules, protocols that are set by the state. Our fight is really with the state, not here at the local level as I see it. But the other thing is that we have a choice. Each of us have a choice. If we don't like where we live, we move. If we don't like what's going on, we just, we make the choice to change it. Not at all, but again, that's a choice. It's all a choice. Everything that you were talking about is make the choice for what you want to do. Now, I hear you. I hear what you're saying right now, and I know some of you are not agreeing with this. You feel that this has to be done today, but it can't be done. It shouldn't be done, and what we need to realize is that we're harping up on the wrong tree. Our state legislators are the ones that are in control of this. Our governor, our senators, our assembly people, they're the ones that control this. These folks are school district board members here. And yes, they can do the mandate right now, like you say. It's not going to change anything. The state has the power. And if you want to change it at the state level. Not here. This isn't going to do anything. They can appease you and all say, yeah, we go along with you all. But it doesn't change anything, but the state will take over. Anyway. I'm not arguing with you folks. You have legitimate concerns. You have your children. I've got my grandchildren. I've been vaccinated. I'm 71 years old. I'm not going to take a chance. I can't afford to. But it's a choice that we have to make. And my grandchildren will come here and
Order, please.
Whatever's required, they'll do it. Thank you.
Siri Anderson. Oh,
She took my spot,
okay.
so I'm going to take hers, I guess.
Apologies.
Or I tried to take Fernando's, but sorry, Fernando. My name is Christy. I've been in the high desert since '88. So I've gone here. My kid is going here. My nieces and nephews have gone here. My cousins, my family, my friends, everybody. I'm actually here to speak for the kids that cannot speak for themselves, which are the special needs children. I'm sorry. I will not give my son the vaccine because he cannot tell me, Mom, I don't feel good. He can't tell me that. So you're going to make children that cannot tell their parents, hey, I don't feel well. Get a vaccine that could kill them. They're just going to drop dead because they can't say, oh, look, my heart hurts, or I have a cramp in my leg. That is not fair to those children at all. And there is a lot of them that are not verbal, that cannot say a thing. So please think about that as well. Because my son actually got COVID this year. Sent home from school with it. So you cannot tell me that the vaccine will stop it. He's fine. I kept him home for 2 weeks. By the way, I got a letter. Oh, by the way, your child was out sick for 2 weeks. With doctor's notes, we're going to punish you. That's awesome. Freaking amazing. But what I am saying is, please think about them children that cannot speak for themselves. I have to speak for my child. The doctors have to speak for him, but no, doctor's notes don't count. Please, if you also, parents, because we do have children in this district that cannot speak for themselves. If your child is sick, please keep them home. I make sure my kid has a sniffle, I keep him home. Because I do not want any of your children, any of them, to get sick. and be sick for a long period of time. That's all I ask, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Allow me to call up the next 5 individuals: Joshua Martin, Britton Naley, Dayton Naley, Kevin Orvadoon, and Holly Masseth.
This comment is from Mark Todd Hunter. Excuse me. Please allow people to decide how they want to manage their health and do not mandate vaccines for students and staff. Have some courage to follow Lucerne Valley USD's lead in pushing back against what science is saying is not necessary. This comment is from Chelsea Turner. Do you see a comment there, Brian? No? Okay, she didn't put a comment. Yeah. Okay.
We'll go with in person. Joshua Martin.
You can hear me? No? There it is. All right. Hi, my name is Joshua Martin, and I'm a school teacher here at Serrano High School. I teach, of all things, science. I just wanted to kind of come up and give my brief story. We are, in my family, we are against the mandates, and so, and it's been quite a struggle in our house just to try and figure out what the plan is. And that's what I get asked, a lot, like, hey, what's the plan when this happens, Dad? Or, hey, honey, what's going to happen here? And so for me, it's a lot of just, hey, we're just going to band together like we all doing tonight. Like we're going to grab as many people that feel the same way we do, and we're going to stick together and fight this thing so that we can all get what we feel is right. When it was 2006, I made the move out to Phelan, and my wife trusted me. I told her I was going to go to work out at Serrano High School, and I met a lot of folks from this high school, and I wanted to be out here. Ever since I've been out here, I just love it. I mean, we bleed blue in our family, and like my wife said earlier, our oldest, like that ran here, she's tough, just extremely tough. My middle daughter, she's like ripped her ligaments out of her foot, and she's running for MRL, the Mojave River League champs, on Wednesday. And I'm not going to be in class because I'm going to be watching her. And I was talking to my own kids and students in class, and I don't miss class. I don't miss school. And that's going to be one day that I'm going to miss, to go watch her run, because she's tough. My son, who was born the summer before we moved out here, he's 15, he's playing football, and he's a young sophomore playing with big kids, and he's tough, and that's the thing I guess I really wanted my kids to learn, is to be tough and not let the little things get you down and to bring you down, not let anything stop you from doing what you want to do. And I suppose that's why I'm up here now speaking to you all, is that I'm trying to be tough for my family, because we don't want this mandate to go through. We're going to fight it. We're not going to get the shot. We're not going to do it. It's just not something that our family feels is right for us to do. I don't sit and preach to my students in class. I sit there and talk about science. And the one thing that resonates in science, each and every single class that I teach, is that there is always a consequence. There's always a consequence. No matter what happens in this world, there's always going to be a consequence. There's nothing for free. And I think that maybe doesn't make sense a lot to a teenager, because a lot of times they see things that are offered to them for free. Hey, but they said this, they're going to promise this, and there's all these big flashing lights and all these big advertisements. But I have to warn them that nothing is for free. And that's my big concern, is that we don't know. The unknowing is what I want to watch out for, is that I want to be mindful of, is that we don't know what the consequences of taking this shot are going to be. And I know a lot of people have taken it, but we don't know what's to come. I can't tell you, I can't read into the future, but like I tell my wife, I see patterns. And I suppose that's why I love science, is that it is a tremendous amount of patterns, and there's not been one thing that in this world that somebody has done that there's not been a consequence, and that's just something that I believe in. So I thank you for the time, and I love this place. I love Serrano, and I'd love to see this mandate not happen. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dayton Neely. I am a Serrano student. I am a junior, and I play football. And I've been coached by Coach Martin. And one thing that really hit me was when we were at practice, Casey Mahalchek, our coach, he had sat us down to talk about the day and just how we had done. And he had told us that we may get shut down because we're not wearing our masks in the locker room. And one of the hardest things for a football player to hear is that the coach is telling you you're not going to have a season. And knowing all of this and knowing that people are pushing this mandate for the vaccine, you are going to have to be vaccinated in the future to play football. And growing up in my family, over the years, we have learned about the vaccines and we do not agree with them. And the hardest part about this is that I have to come to school every day and wear a mask because throughout my years, I have had allergic asthma and I have trouble breathing through these masks. And luckily, outside, I can take them off outside. I don't have to, but every time I walk into a room, even if I'm in there for literally 3 seconds, I have to have a mask on or I will not be talked to by anybody in that classroom. And it's very difficult because I can't even voice my opinion in some of my classes because of this. I can't I had come late to school one day and I went into the front office and I had forgotten my mask. I could not check into attendance before I had a mask on. I had to go to a complete separate office to get a mask and come back to the attendance office to sign in, just so that way I'm counted for that day. And I just don't think it's right. We are being forced to wear these, I would say muzzles, and it's not right. We have our freedom of choice to wear this or get this vaccine, and we do not have that anymore. They're trying to take away our rights and our amendments, and I just don't agree with it. I just want to thank you for your time, and thank you for letting me talk.
That's my son, by the way. I am extremely nervous, but and this is my first board meeting, but my husband and I asked our son tonight, would you want to come? You know, your immediate future could look different. You have a voice, you need to use it. And so with that, I just have a couple things I wanted to say, and then, but first, before I say anything, I want to ask every person in this room right now that is against the mandates, would you stand up so we could show them physically what we look like? Thank you, everybody, for standing. I think Dr. Holman, the board, you guys can see what we're getting at. You have been inundated with information tonight and probably prior to. Tons of information, tons of data. You've done your research. You know right from wrong. There's, forgive me, you know what is going on is wrong, okay? You know that you have to stand up. You know this is governmental overreach. They do not get to say what gets injected into our bodies, okay? So I know for the month of November, there's only one board meeting on the books, from my understanding. I'm here to ask you to schedule another meeting to take a vote on what you guys are going to do. Are you going to stand up to Newsom and against this tyranny or not? We want to know what you're going to do. So I'm asking you to do that. Set a special meeting and take a vote in the month of November and let us know what your intentions are. With that being said, I just met Michaela out here. She's a student here at Serrano. And because the youth is our future, I'm going to turn the rest of my time over to her because she didn't know how to get in line to speak.
All right, so hello, my name is Michaela Scheck-Snyder, as she just said. I am a senior here at Serrano High School, and I have attended here all 4 years. And I have lived in the high desert my entire life. I was considering not saying anything tonight, but I feel like the students need to be heard, and I have some statistics that need to be stated. I want to start with one statistic from the CDC pertaining to the testing done by the CDC in the 12 to 18 age group. The CDC states that the testing they have performed has been done on 742 people in the age range. That includes different sexes and races. To put that number into perspective for you, that is less than the amount of students that are currently enrolled in this school. Actually, about a third of the students, if I'm not wrong. In other words, the statistics currently being used for our age group is inadequate due to lack of study in numbers. Secondly, I want to mention another fact that pertains to females in this vaccination. After the wide release of the vaccination, 150,000 females who got the vaccine have stated that their menstrual cycles have become more painful, that their cycle has become excessively heavy, and that their cycle is now unpredictable. That number is only from women who had access to this survey. In fact, a close family friend who got told get the vaccine or get kicked out of the military is currently suffering from this. Prior to the vaccine, she did not have these problems. After doing my own research, I as a female student do not feel safe getting the vaccine. For this reason and many, many, many other reasons, I do not plan on getting the vaccine. And if I wanted it, I would already have it. I will be leaving this school if the vaccine is mandated. I know large amounts of other students who will do the same. One last thing before I go, though. As a student who walks into the same building every day for a class, I notice the signs in the foyer. If you guys go out there and look right now, you will see a sign that says, do what's right. What's right is letting us have a choice. Let us have a choice. Thank you.
Kevin Overdoing? Is there Kevin Overdoing? Holly Massif?
Hello, my name is Holly Massett. I'm an advocate for my children that go to this school. I also graduated from this school district, and I'm very proud of that. Where this direction is going, not so much. Our kids at risk, the number of kids are actually dying from the flu more so than COVID. And of those that have died from COVID, 0 of them were healthy. There has not been one healthy child that has died from COVID. And they don't even spread COVID. It's like 0 to 1% of a chance of them spreading COVID to anybody. They are not super spreaders, and they should not be treated as such. A few people have talked tonight about natural immunity. Probably 50% of the United States children in the United States have already had COVID. And once you get COVID, studies have shown you don't get it again. So we need to do more research there, and we need to allow those people to use that as their passport. This vaccine actually does more damage to children than it does good. More kids have died. 15 children have died from heart attacks because of this vaccine. 15 children of heart attacks. Of the 400 kids, over 400 kids have developed myocarditis. There is no small case of myocarditis. Once you get that, it's done. You have heart damage for the rest of your life. Are you guys really willing to inject that into your kids and have them possibly have that kind of a reaction when they're not even at risk of dying from COVID? They're more likely to die from the flu vaccine, from the flu. This shot is, I'm sorry, I went off script. My husband told me not to. I'm not trying to say that COVID is not a real thing here. It is. I've lost some pretty significant people to COVID, as many of you probably have as well. I respect those of you who have been vaccinated. That is your choice. My choice is not to vaccinate myself or my children, because after having COVID, I believe my natural immunity to this virus will protect me more efficiently than the vaccine. It's my choice because this vaccine has never been tested in the manner that would give us data on the long-term side effects. It is my choice not to vaccinate because those who are in control are not being honest with us about this vaccine or the virus. Data is being hidden, removed, and censored. Going back to the core values, do your people really matter? Do we get a say in this forced vaccine mandate for all? And is there truly equity for all if we choose not to get vaccinated? Thank you.
And let's have Lori Kaiser, Myra Ponce, Linda Ponce, David Vreeland, and Brianna Ponce. Please come up.
This public comment is from Casey Cisneros. As an educator myself, I understand the politics that happen behind the scenes that sometimes make doing our jobs more challenging, especially when it comes to public policy. Nonetheless, as educators, we took an oath to serve the students we encounter ethically. Endorsing a mass vaccination requirement for our children without proven and scientific evidence to support its safety for children is not only unethical, but also is a disservice to each and every child who may not respond to the vaccine and may suffer from long-term side effects that are currently unknown due to the recency of developing the vaccine. Some families may be in full support of the vaccine and choose to vaccinate their children. This is a right that they should enjoy, the right to choose or decline medical advice. Other families may not want to vaccinate their child. This is also a right that they should enjoy, the right to choose. Our country is founded on the principle that we have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We should all have the liberty to choose what is best for our families and our children. At the present time, there is not enough evidence to prove the vaccine's safety for the children and to justify it being required of the masses. We cannot truly provide informed consent at this time. The COVID-19 vaccine mandate for children should not be accepted as law. The school board and superintendent have the power to voice the concerns of their stakeholder and diplomatically and civilly. Please represent our voice.
Lori Kaiser.
Hello, can you hear me okay? Thank you. I appreciate you letting me speak. I appreciate you not making us wear the masks. I have asthma, can't wear it. So is my kid. I have 2 children in this district. I recently pulled them out. They're being homeschooled. I feel you're taking advantage of this COVID situation by not letting the parents on school grounds, not even to give them their inhaler. You guys are threatening to vax our kids for a virus that's 99.7% chance of recovery. We know the virus has not been isolated. Our children are not guinea pigs. We know you get paid by every kid sitting in their seat. You continue to push us, and you will see just what parents will do because you are being complicit with the government. Stand with the parents. You are not doctors. You deal with education. We have to sign a HEPA just to give them ibuprofen at school. We have to give you written permission. There's no way we're giving you permission to vaccinate our kids. We know the implied consent, and we know what it is. The parents in Laguna pushed back and cost their board $33,000. In Nevada, there's a lawyer taking parents that are suing the board members, and he hasn't lost a case. You have the power to stand with us parents against this vaccine for our kids and teachers. Do the right thing. Men and fathers knew what it meant to hold up that flag with their bodies until they died. They held up that flag for freedom. We do not consent. Today, the FDA's committee approved the Pfizer vaccine and joked about it. How safe is the vaccine? Well, we won't know how safe the vaccine is until we give it. Well, we fight for our children. We fight for their freedom. This is it, and we are not taking it anymore.
Myra Ponce.
My name is Myra, and I have 4 children in the Snowline District. I want to say that we're not anti-vaxxers or pro-vaxxers. We're not conspiracy theorists nor advocating for people not to get vaccinated. It's just something that we as parents should be in control of. We definitely don't agree with forcing our kids to be experimented on when we don't know the long-term side effects in order to be able for our kids to attend the school in person. There has not been repercussions in the past for opting out on other vaccines for school, so why start now? I believe not only it is wrong to tell us parents what we have to put inside our children's bodies, but to deny them from the right to attend in-person education if they don't comply. We are not teaching our kids to be defiant, but teaching them to stand up for their freedom, rights, because we want them to know and understand that their voice does matter, and to always stand up for what they believe in. Do not take away our freedom of choice and our children's opportunity to be taught in person by a teacher and not by sitting in front of a computer again. Thanks for listening.
Linda Ponce. Linda? No, Linda? Okay. David Vreeland?
Hi, my name is David Vreeland. I've been to 6, 7 of these meetings. How many times have I asked you guys to put this on the agenda? This isn't the first, this isn't the third. This is now the 4th, I think, maybe 5th. So when are we gonna get to be able to talk to you guys? And you guys actually answer our questions. Not this brown bag policy, not all this bull crap that you guys pull, okay? Let's talk about your agendas, okay? My son over here got quarantined 4 days after they found out, oh, there's a COVID class. Oh, that was next Monday, he gets quarantined. Now, why did he get quarantined? Me and Holman had a talk. Mr. Fields had a talk with me. We all were on the phone, and no one could come up with why. 4 kids out of 1 class get quarantined. One, he goes to junior high. They change classes every period, right? So why did only 4 kids get it? Now he's getting singled out. So he went home, whatever. We did the 4 days. 4 days quarantined, by the way, everyone. 4 days. Okay, what a joke. I tell him, okay, Mr. Holman, my son's grade shouldn't go down. He's at a B+. That night, because the teacher got a wild hair up her butt, he goes to an F. Within 6 hours, he went from a B+ to an F. So that's a Friday. I call Monday morning to set up an appointment for a teacher conference with Miss Gillum, with Mr. Holman, and Mr. Fields, so we can all get to the bottom of this. I get a call back. I'm talking to Mr. Fields about it. And I said, now why did my son have to get quarantined in a class that, one, he has to wear a mask in, right? So if he has to wear a mask and someone had COVID, you guys just said the masks don't work. He said, I didn't say that. I said, yes, you did. I said, check it out. You said he was in class, right? Yeah. Your guys' rules, he has a mask on, right? So if it works for COVID, he shouldn't have to wear the mask. He didn't have nothing to say. I wonder why. Because common sense is there, something that we all have. On another thing, that happened to another student just yesterday that I know too. And my daughter goes to a school at Heritage. My son goes to Pinion Mesa. Okay, you quarantine my son, but you don't quarantine my daughter that lives with me at home. So how smart was that, okay? Once again, from the junior high, my other friend's daughter, this is from Pinion Mesa, her son gets quarantined. Now, her daughter from the junior high doesn't get quarantined, and this just happened Monday. So where is your agendas, where is your policies going? You guys don't even know. You guys can't pick up your pamphlet and read fast enough. So what's Newsom telling you? He's making you guys look like retards. Sorry to say it that way, but that's what he's doing. And it needs to stop. You guys need to pull your heads out, and we need to stand up for our kids. That's why we're all here. What did I tell you when we were on the phone together? I told you that I'm coming, we're gonna start the protest, and there's over 100 parents with me. Look in this room tonight. Look at how many people are here standing up for it. It's not gonna end.
30 seconds.
Okay, well, 30 seconds. And it's funny when we start pulling out statistics and everything, you mumble out of your mask. Take your diaper off so we can hear. That's all I gotta say. Let's go, Brandon.
Brianna Ponce.
Hi, my name is Brianna. Can you guys hear me? My name is Brianna Ponce. I am a junior at Serrano. I just want to say something short. I believe that we should have the freedom to choose what we put into our bodies and what we don't. Our right to an in-person education should not be taken away. We do not agree, should not be taken away because we do not agree with the vaccination mandate in order to attend school in person. As you know, last year was very difficult for myself and many students to try and learn while being taught through a computer. It puts a lot more stress on a student than it usually would in person. Through remote learning, you feel alone. No matter how much a teacher tries to be there for you and offer as much help, it is not the same because remote learning makes you feel so distant from everyone. I, along with many other students, have put so much effort and hard work into our academic lives, and it is not just that we get the in-person education and traditional graduation ceremony we deserve taken away from us. No matter what kind of student someone is, we all deserve to graduate with our class and feel that sense of pride for ourselves. Thank you.
I can have the following please come up. I have James, June, looks like Grippel, Eric Malone, Rachel Vasquez, Amy Cripps, and Kyle Didion. The first speaker, James, you can start as soon as you're ready. Do we have James with us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. My name is James Ponce. I don't want to. All right. Can you hear me? All right. My name is James Ponce. I don't want to go back to online because it was very difficult during remote learning because I was not being taught by a teacher in person. I don't want to have my right to be taken away, to choose what goes inside my body, and to lose the opportunity to attend school in person and be taught in a classroom by a teacher. And social skills are important. Thank you for listening.
June, Grippel.
Hello, most of you guys know me. I'm Rochelle Vasquez. I'm a football mom. I'm also an autistic mom. It means a lot to me to speak for my kid. He cannot speak for himself. He's nonverbal. He's 5 years old and goes to school full day. If he were to get this shot, it could do many things to him, not just only, you guys don't know. Our kids are being forced to take shots. My son was a salutatorian of Serrano last year. It means a lot to me. He was forced to get the shot to keep his scholarship to Stanford. Forced. He has a couple side effects, not many, but a couple. Luckily, it hasn't been a lot. My daughter is a nurse. She graduated from Serrano. She has been forced to get the shot to keep her job, to support her child. It is wrong. You guys should not take those rights from us. As you guys know, all of our kids are in sports. We bleed blue here. All my kids have come here. All my kids are gonna come here. If you guys make them get shot, we are gonna move out of California. It's ridiculous. Many states are not requiring these shots. They're doing just fine, better than us, as a matter of fact. The stats show, you guys know the right thing to do, Mr. Holman, you know me. I've been around all the time. You guys know I'm not that mom to complain, but this is wrong on so many levels, especially for my autistic child. He cannot speak to himself or himself at all. If we're to get the shot, something happens to him and he dies, that's on your hand. I will hold you responsible because you are the speaker for us. We voted you in, we got you there. Stand up with us. I don't need that, I'm loud enough. All you guys know me. We will bleed blue, but you need to stand up for us, Holman. I don't care about the rest of Bolmers. You are in charge. You run this board. We are asking you to stand up for us and our kids and your own kids. I don't know where you stand, but this is where we stand. We bleed blue. We're going to stand here. We're going to be in your face every meeting, every time we get our chance. You need to stand up for our kids and do what's right. You know what's right. We're under God. God makes the rules, not you guys.
June, Nicole?
Yeah. Hi. Okay. Can you guys hear me? Last month, the parents got the worst nightmare that ever. Last month, parents got the worst nightmare that came true. It was bad enough when Newsom and CDPH went beyond CDC guidelines and mandated masks for students, even though there is overwhelming evidence of their ineffectiveness and harm. Schools pushed testing on healthy students, which is proving to be unnecessary, an invasion of privacy and discriminatory. Schools implicating quarantine protocols of the healthy, even though there's no evidence this makes any difference, becoming the new school shutdown, further depriving children of their education. And now a mandated COVID shot. I do not consider it a vaccine. Vaccines actually work and have long-term studies for their safety and efficacy. Mandated for the least vulnerable population that is effectively zero mortality. My son is more at risk from dying from a car accident on the way to school than from COVID. Newsom, the champion of COVID-19 vaccines, just days before the mandate, was fighting for prison guards not to be vaccinated. I guess when you donate $1.75 million to his recall campaign, you get special privileges. I wish our kids had that kind of money. Nobody knows how they will respond to this vaccine. Like all medications, they have side effects. Unfortunately, recorded in Sonoma County, there is already one verified child death due to this vaccine. A young, healthy 16-year-old boy, now gone. And now with this vaccine being mandated, I'm afraid it won't be the last. There are also studies out there showing, among other things, that the effects it does on young boys, causing myocarditis, and then I could go on with so many more effects. But I think what everybody is here for, I mean, I've got a couple more pages here, but I think I'm gonna stop because I think what all we're here for is like, what are you guys gonna do about it? I'm actually a parent from Apple Valley Unified School District, and our district stood up last night, and they showed up, okay? Our district is going to stand against Newsom, and even if it becomes a law, they're not going to make us take it. Okay, and so Lucerne has also done that, and I believe Hesperia is probably shortly behind them. So you guys I want to be here basically to encourage you to do the right thing and to stand behind all these parents and their freedom, their medical freedom, and their freedom to choose. And you're going to have lots of support. And you already have 2 districts that will be behind you as well. We all need to get together in this fight, and we all need to fight together if we're going to win. Thank you.
Eric Malone.
My name is Eric Malone, and I'm here as a parent and a friend of many of the teachers that work in this district, from Baldy Mesa to Quail and here at Serrano. My son is 17 years old and a senior. He is an all-league runner and looks to defend that and win the championship again this year for this school. But this mandate, I know it's not laid here, but there are 3 equal branches of government. And Pastor Brian nailed it on the head, that there's nothing stopping this school district and any other school district from suing this state. New York City's already done it. They've laid the ground. That's going to make the Supreme Court before any of us have to and spend a lot of money on it. But you at least get your name in there so we can stand up for it. My son, in the end of July, I was reading an article about how kids have been vaccinated in the United States. Under the age of 17, there were 350,000 cases of heart ailments, up to heart attacks, that they didn't have before this shot. There is no way I'm going to give my son that shot and ruin everything he has in his future. He has 73 universities at this moment recruiting him. Today, when we left, my wife, she's over there, my son got a phone call from his #1 school, and Dr. Holman and I have talked about this several times over the last months. George Fox University in Oregon, which is a Christian school that tells all mandates to stick it. Because they are a private institution and they can. And my son decided a year ago he wasn't going to play any of these Cal State games or nothing. He wants to get out of here, he wants to run for champions, and he wants to do it on his own terms. All we're asking is for you. What would God do? I mean, really, I'm surprised. I'm surprised that hasn't been talked about more. We have the rights, the God-given rights, to choose. And all these people, I mean, if you want it, great, have it. If you think it works, I mean, calling it vaccination's a little iffy. I mean, it's a flu shot. This is the COVID shot. If you got to keep getting it, how vaccine-y is it? The point I'm trying to make is you have a voice as school board and members of this community.
30 seconds.
To stand up for what you believe in. I don't know what any of you believe in. I don't know if you're for it, against it, wish you could do more. I don't know. I'm asking you, there are things you can do. And as Pastor Brian said it, and I'm glad you're here because I was probably going to be way worse than this. It's important. I mean, the sheriffs and the military and the doctors and nurses, everyone's got to get it. They don't want it, and the sheriff's not going to make them do it. If they want it, they can do it. In respect to all of it. But all of this is just so out of control. We've got to focus on what's real. And what's real is the kids, this is important, and for their own health. We've got to just make the decisions, but I'm not doing it. And if that means you're going to mandate it, we got to do it, and we're going to follow, we're out of here. The kid's not going to finish his senior year.
Amy Cripps. Kyle Didion.
Good evening. My name is Kyle Didion. I've lived in the Tri-Community for 15 years, and I'm a dad of 3 students here at the Snowline School District. I sit on the elder board of one of our local churches where I've served with the children's ministry for many years. I serve as a youth leader in the community, and I run a nonprofit organization out of Wrightwood that serves the educational needs of children around the world. I don't say that to boast. I say that to tell you I have a heart for children. And I would imagine or hope that you decided to run for school board members because you too have a heart for children, specifically those in our community. So I urge you, please look around. These are the parents of the children in our district who you decided to stand up for when you ran for board member. Are you going to stand with us and support us and agree that we know what's best for our children? Or are you going to look at us and tell us that we're all ignorant and that the state and you know better for our children than we do as parents? You were voted to stand with the people of this community. Well, here we are. We're here tonight. Please stand with us and say that the board will not enforce any vaccine mandate for children or staff. Stand with us, and we will stand with you. I would like to read an excerpt from the Snowline Unified School District website, and I quote, "The Snowline Board of Trustees," that's you, "wants to afford you and your children every opportunity to succeed." If you do not stand against the vaccine mandates, you will be doing the opposite of what you said you wanted to do. You will be taking opportunities away from our children, opportunities to create relationships with teachers, opportunities to get a proper education, opportunities for these kids to socialize and grow on the playground, opportunities for extracurricular activities to help our children grow and develop. And I don't believe that's what you want to do. I believe that you have a heart for children. And I hope and pray that you make the right decision and not enforce the vaccine mandates. I want to succeed my time to my friend Cameron the rest of the time that I have.
You guys can hear me? Yeah, I wasn't planning on speaking. I'm not a very good public speaker, but that and I didn't know if I had anything nice to say. So, but my mom always said, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. But instead, you know what? I said, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and take this time to pray for you guys publicly by your name. Marcus Hernandez, Steve Columbi, Christina Berenger, Daniel Flores, Nathan Bristol, and Mr. Holman. And these were the names that I was able to Google, but for the rest of you, and God knows exactly who you are, feel free to join in, guys, if you want to. Lord, I'd like to ask you in the name of Jesus to help these members hold strong, steadfast, and make the right decision tonight. In your name, Jesus, we pray that. Amen. Dr. Holman, I know you're, I had to wait till my wife left because she's going to be mad at me that I'm saying
3
this.
minutes.
Anyway, I know you're a baseball guy, and thought you
3
might,
minutes, sir.
a lot of these people might know this quote. Anyhow, some of these opportunities don't come very often. However, like the Babe came out and told Benny the Jet Rodriguez, heroes get remembered, legends never die. You have a decision.
You okay? Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for your comments. Anybody else on the board want 5 minutes recess? Okay, I'd appreciate it, but tell you what, the board will recess for 5 minutes.
Okay, if I turn the thing back on, huh?
Restroom on the foyer?
If I could have your attention. I'm 6 feet away from you. If I could have your attention, please. All right, let me tell you a few things that you should know. They're going to take a 5-minute recess. When they come back, they're going to get back to the agenda. All right? The resolution you guys people said it perfectly that I'm sure they will consider everything you have said and place it on the agenda at a future time. I don't know when that'll be. That's up to them, and it's up to. But they cannot make these things without it being on the agenda. So you're welcome to stick around for the rest of the meeting. It's not going to be as exciting. But you're welcome to stick around. But I just want you to understand the public comment section's over. There will be no public comments section by the audience, and it's going to be dealing with some of the more mundane things of dealing with the district. All right. So thank you all for coming here and presenting your opinions. I respect you all for coming out here and taking the time out of your lives to respect your opinions for the children. All right.
I'll second.
By a show of hands, all in favor? Give me a moment to see hands. All right, thank you very
I'm so sorry. What was that for?
Agenda.
Adoption of the agenda.
Thank you. I apologize.
Oh. All right, that'll take us to consent motion. Are there any items within consent to be pulled? Hearing none, do I have a motion to accept the consent motions as they've been presented?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. A second?
Second.
Thank you, sir. By a show of hands, actually, we'll go with the student board member preferential vote. Thank you. And by a show of hands, all in favor? Thank you very much. We just approved the minutes of the September 28th, 2021 regular meeting of the Snowline Joint Unified School District Board of Trustees, approved personnel motions, approved public notice personnel negotiations for California School Employees Association, CSEA, Chapter 278, initial proposal for the 2021-22 school year, public notice personnel negotiations for Snowline Teachers Association, initial proposal for the 2021-22 school year, approved board resolution for the 2021-22 school year, approved closing of revolving cash fund number 13 account, approved student expulsion and/or stipulated expulsions and/or stipulated suspended expulsions, and approved the district financial transactions, taking us to item I1. Dr. Holman.
Thanks so very much to President Hernandez. So this next item, of course, is what we've done every single board meeting when we're all together since COVID-19 impacted the Snowline Joint Unified School District on March 13th back in 2019. And so what we'll do is we'll review the latest information that we have received specific to COVID-19 in-person learning and all the effects of it in Snowline since our last board meeting, which was 4 weeks ago. As I look over my shoulder, thanks, Robert Chacon. I know that we're bear with me here as we try to navigate this a little bit differently than we normally do, but I appreciate the help, Robert, and I'll just call out for you, if that's all right, to move the slides. Yeah, I see that thumbs up there. Thanks so very much. And thanks to you too, James, up there on top. So with that, we can go right to that first slide, and that second slide. And there are the outcomes that we always endeavor to do, right? Develop a shared understanding, shared commitment, right, around the ideas that are impacting our district so that we can make the best decisions as is possible. If you go to the next slide, we'll have the agenda up front. And that agenda for tonight, relatively, there we go, thank you, Robert, relatively the same, right? We'll go over the public health guidance, as you see. Always concentrate on the data. Where are we specific to COVID-19 based upon the data that are forwarded to us for this area, our region to San Bernardino County. We'll talk about vaccination updates, what we know about the vaccination mandate put forth by Governor Newsom right now, what we need to know. Also, we'll talk about the testing piece relative to staff members, and then I'll give frequently asked questions. We've been doing that. What I'm hearing from the public, what I get most often, so that you as board members know what is out there coming to me and the answers to those. And then finally, some recommended next steps. So with that quick overview, Robert, thanks for going to the next one. Here, that reminder, those guidelines, we've been committed to following the guidelines from those 5 agencies right there. People have seen this numerous times. And then that next one, our commitment to being as quick as possible, as safe as possible on slide 5, Robert, and tightly align the public health guidelines as possible, but doing so together. Appreciated that reference amongst many tonight to doing things together, because we certainly are better off in that regard. On slide 6, Robert, as we go forward, there's that reminder, very fortunate to have 2 options, the idea of choice here in Snowline. And we've talked about it many a time at the board level here, right? We've got Snowline Academy for the at-home opportunity, and then in-person full 5 days a week, of course. Very blessed to have that, because of course we love that for our students. Robert, when we go to slide 7, there's that reminder of the metrics that we're monitoring. It's been since day 1 of the pandemic back on March 13, 2019. Daily new cases, positivity rate, and that Healthy Places Index positivity rate. And so, Robert, if you go to the next slide, we'll go through the next 5 here. Thank you so very much. The 5 regions, the data specifically hone in on the daily case rate and the positivity rates. Oak Hills is the first one. You can see 4.5 and 14% since, I guess, a month ago when I last reported. The next one, Robert, that slide would be Phelan at 7.7 daily case rate and a 2.6 positivity rate. And then right after that is Pinion Hills and the 16 daily new case rate with a 4.5% daily, positivity rate. And then Victorville and Wrightwood will be our last two. Victorville at a 19. And again, that one will be really clear, right? A portion of our district, that's the Vista Verde Elementary School general area, right? Is Victorville, but that's the only number in this case that I can give all of Victorville. And then finally, don't want to shortchange Wrightwood at that 2.8 daily case rate and a 3% positivity rate. That's the last one. Hey, Robert, if you do me a favor, we'll go to slide 13. Let's look at San Bernardino County data, as we always do, and the trends there. I've got the colors up there. Again, we all know, right, that tiered colored system is not in place. We just leave it for consistency, just for allowing ourselves to see progress where we're making gains there. And we see on the San Bernardino County data trend from August 28th to the 15th. I'm sorry I don't have the 16th there, but they weren't available as of about 3:30. And we had to go to press, if you will, and get ready here. But you can see the trend down from 28, almost 29 of a daily new case rate back in the end of August to the middle of October now at a 12.8. And over the last two reporting periods, it seems to stabilize there, that 3.6, if you will, percentage rate on the positivity rate. And that's all of San Bernardino County. But let's look at Snowline now, Robert, if you would do me that favor. Thank you. As we look at Snowline from the 28th of August all the way down to October 16th, you can see for the most part, a decline from the mid-30s to almost and I shouldn't even say almost, but below 12 on October 9th, a little uptick of late, around 14 in the daily case rate. And you see the weekly cases, you can monitor that there as well, and the youth cases, a high this slide of 31 at the end of August, and now 10, as you can see, most recently reported by San Bernardino County for our district boundaries. Robert, as we go to the next slide here, just remind the board members again that what we have available is that dashboard. And that dashboard, again, be really clear here, right? Ryan, that doesn't look like many cases, and that's great. It isn't many cases. That's exciting to see that. We like seeing less and less cases, of course. Those are current active cases, right? Confirmed positive cases of students at the respective schools as of today. Those bars move up and down based upon kids coming out of quarantine when they have a positive case. Remember, quarantine is also close contact, but this does not measure close contact. These are those who have a confirmed positive case. President Hernandez, though, I see a hand up.
Yeah, that's students and staff, not just students.
I'm sorry. Yes. So students right there, you can see on that screen, on that dashboard, those are just the students. I don't know why we have students as well as the staff there. So, yeah, so that's an adjustment because I appreciate that clarity there, because as we go to the next one, let me provide more clarity here on this next slide, okay? On that positive case there of kids for the duration here. Yeah, for the duration here. And we talk about both students and staff like on the previous one there, and I appreciate the clarity there for me and hold me accountable. No, you don't have to apologize at all. So you can see since July 1st to October 26th, right? From July 1st to October 26th, that's the entire school year of 2021 when it started. You can see the aggregate, right? The previous slide showed what was active at the moment. This one shows our positive cases of 103 students to date out of our 8,000 plus students, pre-K through 12th grade. And you see that represented in a percentage format of about 1.3% of our population of students over the course of this school year. Staff, 57 of our 953 staff. These numbers are always adjusting day by day, but these are the most recent ones. That's about a 6% percentage impacted of staff. And then lastly, students and staff, right? 160 total of that almost 9,000 students and staff means about a 1.78% of students and staff impacted with COVID-19 over the course of this school year. Okay. Slide 17, COVID-19 vaccination rates of 12 years old and older. These are all data right from San Bernardino County's website, right? You can see our five community areas from Oak Hills all the way to Wrightwood and those other three in between, Phelan, Pinion Hills, and the Victorville area. And you can see partial and fully vaccinated, but ultimately that grayed out area of any vaccination, you see those numbers that we probably watch the closest of those three columns. San Bernardino County at 65.8%, a little bit ahead of us. And then lastly, California right now at 80.4% across the state. Now, on slide 18, let's get into talking about vaccinations. First of all, availability, okay, booster approval. Pfizer, Moderna, and Johnson & Johnson coming on board with that approval recently. You probably saw that in the news. Adults 18 years and older have access to these boosters, and there's the opportunity for adults to take advantage of that if they so choose. And then we are working with San Bernardino County, as you see in that next part of the slide there, for a possible vaccination event. We're trying to bring that opportunity just for those who choose, right? There's no mandate from our standpoint, just those who choose. We're looking to hold that at Wrightwood Elementary School. Thanks to Robert Chacon for working on that. And there will be COVID-19 vaccinations as well as flu shots. Stay tuned for those details. Again, working with San Bernardino County, they've shown a willingness to come to Wrightwood. That's their choice. They want to go up there, and we're willing to support that just to give folks choice in that regard. On slide 19, now I want to clarify here. Let's talk about student vaccinations and what we know. This is, again, based upon Governor Newsom's plan that he put forth on October 1st. That plan happened since our last board meeting. So let me just go through what we do know, and at the end, some more details that I feel like we still need, right? So the plan from Governor Newsom is to add to the vaccination list the COVID-19 vaccine. And there's a difference between, as you see up there, regulation and legislation, okay? And at this point, right, we're still awaiting a public health order, right? It's Governor Newsom's plan. There's no public health order in place right now. We're still awaiting that. Then if that does come into place, then theoretically there'd be more details. But right now, it's that requirement put forth by Governor Newsom, no public health order in place yet. It's pending, though, all of the plan from Governor Newsom's pending full FDA approval, right? Grades 7 through 12 is how it's divided, and then grades TK, right, transitional kindergarten, through 6th grade. Now, again, it's divided in those two groups because we probably know at this table, but I want to make sure everyone understands that at the 7 through 12 level, it's divided there because of the progress of the Pfizer vaccine. Right now, it's under an emergency use authorization. And when you talk about in that next bullet, when does it get implemented? Here's what we know, at least what Governor Newsom has said, that it will start, right? The requirement for vaccinations the semester after full approval is granted. So again, full approval has not been granted yet. The estimation is in November. We'll see when it happens, right? For grades 7 through 12, right? That age group, right? Of 12 years old and up. It's under emergency use authorization now. It needs to be full approval. What we do know with a regulation, though, too, is exemptions are allowed in that instance, okay? And I think that's important to mention that, right? Those exemptions, when a regulation is put in place, are medical, religious, and personal beliefs. And I guess I would just segue to details that are that are needed here. That just makes a reinforcement when I want to amplify this message. That if exemptions are in place, we don't have the details relative to what that looks like, what those forms are supposed to be like. We have not heard yet, need to have that information. Also, whether or not it's going to be regulated or legislated. Our legislators are on recess right now. What we've heard from some of our legislators is there may be an effort put forth by legislation. I don't know where it's going, But there is a difference between regulation and legislation, like I said, and that does impact exemptions. But again, I want to know, what are those exemptions going to be like? We need those details from the state. And then also that implementation timeline. When's it going to be implemented? We talk about the semester after. We're almost at that semester after. That's a tight timeline, to say the least. And then pushed out, it seems pretty clear that the TK through sixth grade will be at earliest, if it does happen, at the next school year. Want to know what that implementation timeline is going to look like in terms of a very short turnaround if in fact this plan goes as has been indicated by Governor Newsom. So that's what we know about the vaccinations at this moment, but also staff vaccinations, and I'll also add into that testing, okay? It's got the same, it might look the same up there, it's got the same graphic that I put in there just because I wanted to reinforce this is what's coming from the state of California and updating you on all of that. So relative to, on slide 20, let's give you the latest on the public health order for educators, right? Back in, I think that was initiated in August. Underway right now is for all of our staff members, all in the state of California, either proof of vaccination or weekly testing. We heard that in public comments, that was referenced. That's up and going as of last week. Now, start with vaccination proof. I want to thank Sean Primo and his team at the HR department. That is a big task. Appreciate all that's been done in terms of the multiple ways that staff members have been allowed to share and show and really, I guess, provide proof in all those ways. Thank you, Sean, and your entire team. It's been a gigantic task. We're talking hundreds and hundreds of employees taking the time to put that out your way. So thanks to those employees, and really appreciate that good work done on the vaccination side. So again, the way it's set up, if vaccination proof is put in place, no testing is required. Now, for those who have not shown vaccination proof, then that means the default is weekly testing. We had our first week. I will share with you, despite the outstanding efforts from Robert Chacon, from James Fields, from Sean Primo, so many team members associated. It probably didn't go as perfectly planned as we'd like. And I want to thank all the staff members for working with us and our third-party vendor as hard as we could to get through that first week. We understand that that was a challenge. It's been a challenge in the whole high desert. It's been a challenge throughout the whole state to make that happen effectively. I appreciate the good faith and the good effort put forth. We're in our second week of operation this week, second day of the second week. And we've got opportunities for PCR tests and antigen tests. And also, we've learned from that first week. We've tried to provide the grace necessary to ensure that we can get not only to this place, but through it in a way that honors the staff members in the way that they should be. We've learned from those staff members, and we're in week 2 now, making modifications and accommodations to ensure that we do what the public health orders requiring us to do, but to do it with the grace and the dignity and everything in place as best we can. I see a hand there, yes. President Hernandez.
I just wanted to clarify, what supports, guidance, or blueprints have the state provided to us in terms of how to run those testings? And I know there's a lot of concern from our staff that they feel some isolation, some separation. What has the state provided to us to run that?
Yeah, so I'll make sure that my colleagues can talk here, but let me just kind of share right off the bat the start here, and I'll cue up Sean Primo in just a moment because I know he wants to speak to some of these details too. In terms of the state support, kind of directly to your question there. So there are vendors, right? They provided us, and so in those vendors, there are structures within those vendors, right? So there's kind of a trickle through, if you will, a pass through relative to the support that comes, right? Hey, here are vendors that are opportunities for you to use, right? And so then in turn, they've got their processes. Now, with that being said, I will share with you, they haven't been perfect at the beginning. I will own that for sure. And so we're endeavoring to make those changes. But that's a level of support right there. But when you talk about a blueprint, I mean, I think about that in the mind that you shared, not a blueprint out there. Because, every school district is unique. And I'll tell you, I appreciate the capacity for us to try to make it fit and work for ourselves. Now, to help answer that question, though, because a blueprint doesn't exist, Sean, can I cue you up right now to speak to week 1 versus week 2? Maybe speak to the notion of our COVID office hours, what we learned from that, and how we benefited from the staff feedback to try to help them this week as we work through week 2 here.
Absolutely, and again, appreciate that, President Hernandez. I think the simple answer, and Dr. Holm did a good job, we were simply given the mandate that we need to test everybody or get the vaccine. So kudos to the team, James Fields, Robert Chacon, and many others. They really try to err on the side of getting the best system we can put into place, given the conditions. And it starts with our third-party vendor, and then it also went to a schedule as we really were looking around to seeing that we had everybody who could test at a department or a site. From there, though, what we did was we tried to look at how we advertised what the employees were supposed to do relative to what we delivered in week 1. And I would probably say, using that batting analogy, we probably, at best, would have been a foul ball, right? We didn't do the best we could, so we offered a lot of grace in the fact that we got feedback. We do COVID office hours. This is offered to the staff 2 times a week, Tuesday and Thursday. And again, to their credit, Snowline employees usually speak their mind, as you've heard tonight as well. Really what it came to, though, was we adapted and modified and really tried to err on the side of grace. Given the circumstances, week 2 is going better than week 1. We might call it an infield single, maybe at best, but we're still working through it. But I will tell you that, again, as we do this, I want to keep emphasizing this message. I did it last week, right? We're going to keep you in compliant status until we work through this, right? Our goal is not to punish people. It's to work through till we get a better system, given the consistency of what we have to do. We really are optimistic that each day it will be better and better. And I, again, would put one more plug in to Robert Chacon and myself, James Fields, really just talking through with Dr. Holman, what options can we present to the staff to make this as relatively simple as possible. And we've come up with some good options that we'll be advertising as well. We try to add more accommodations and more considerations to get people to be able to see that we can do this as a team, do this as Snowline.
Yeah, so well said there. Sean, I really appreciate that. And I just go to that last bullet, working together for ease and efficiency. It's just really amplifying what Sean said, what I tried to say earlier too. Really, the bottom line is if I'm really going to own up that our people matter, we're really endeavoring to, in that core value, we want to get ourselves to and through this process, not because of them, not because of just checking off the list. So we want to assist them, and we have gotten great feedback from the staff to date. We've made some improvements. I know that it's getting better, and I think you said infield hit. We're looking for doubles, triples, and eventually home runs very soon here. But it's going to take some time, and I think grace is really an important word for us to keep in mind.
Thanks. You speak much of third party, about a process that you're going through, improving it as we go. This is something the state has required, but they have not provided policies, procedures, or other ways that we can say we are clearly following their ABC steps in implementing this. So we're just trying to work through it as we go. You've been mandated to do it, but we're just have to do it without any guidance.
Yeah, I would say it this way. It's much like what we see what comes down from CDPH. They provide those general guidelines, and then we interpret those, and we endeavor to, make those as clear as possible. And we work with, the county in those regards to try to get clarity. And so relative to the state in this regard, right, we understand the big picture that we have to do, that bottom line, we have to test. And you're right. I mean, there's not a step-by-step as simple as that, but also it gives us an opportunity to make it fit for ourselves too. I mean, I guess I'm looking on that bright side of things here. It truly does. It gives us an opportunity to make it fit for Snowline and ultimately make it fit for the employees to, again, provide the grace, ensure the dignity and really the respect that should be through a process like that.
Well, I appreciate those efforts. It seems like you've been tasked with doing something that hasn't been done before, and we're trying to get our way through it. So I appreciate all the efforts so far.
Yeah, thank you for saying I really am grateful for the people we've mentioned before already and all the others tied to it, really to them, not me. So great work by them. Robert, as we go to slide 21, we always give you the latest guidelines. And there was an update. This is an interesting one with the California Department of Public Health. We haven't seen this over the 18, 19, 20 months of the pandemic. And that is specifically, they provided an update that basically said we're going to reinforce the mitigation strategies. I do think this was tied to the November 1st timeline that they had in the school guidelines that they had put forth in the summer, that we will reassess masks, we will reassess all the other safety measures by November 1st. So on October 20th, you can see right there, they are just reaffirming the mitigation strategies, in effect saying the summary there, keep the safety protocols in place. And so that is where we remain, and we'll remain focused on that as we have heard from all of you, and we've endeavored to do since the beginning of the pandemic. Robert, if you go to the next slide, the most recent FAQs, spend some time here. I'll spend time as is needed, I should say. I think there might be some time here, and that's the frequently asked questions. Since the last board meeting over the last 4 weeks, I'm going to start with the second one and go back to the first one there. The second one's, in that italicized piece, I want to send my own letter in response to Governor Newsom's recent requirements. Where should I send it? It was mentioned, it seemed like in public comments, and sending copies of the letter, as I wrote here, to Governor Newsom's office and to our local representatives is probably the most effective way to communicate with our elected officials. That was mentioned today. I would really urge that to be the case. I think that's really in part what our democratic society is grounded on, and that is contacting those who represent us. And I think that's really important. So that has come up a lot. Ryan, who can I talk to? That's why I put that in there. On the other one, has certainly come up a lot. We heard a lot tonight too. Certainly field any questions from all of you and provide you with any advice and direction, or not direction, but feedback and input as necessary based on your direction. And that is the question, are you going to develop a letter or resolution in response to Governor Newsom's recent requirements? And here's what I put, of course, up there, and that's you as the trustees, with any assistance from myself. Certainly, you may choose to develop and send a letter or a resolution to Governor Newsom. That is a choice, right? And certainly we heard plenty of that. I put that in here because, like I said, I've always owned up to bringing to all of you in this setting what has been, in my view, the question saying, Ryan, this is what's on our mind. And we saw it tonight here too, so it's not lost on you, but wanted to share with you in this context because I've done this plenty of times. This is what's on our collective minds in Snowline. So certainly if you have any questions on that, I can answer those, or I put that out there and let you speak to it as need be.
All right, thank you. I guess to that point, is there any board member wish to make a comment to that?
Yeah, may I? I would like to make a comment on that. I know I keep looking down to look at what I wrote, so sorry if it gets off on the mic there, but I'm not sure. I'm kind of new at this board member thing on how to draft a resolution. I don't know how that goes. I don't know what we need to do first and second and third, but I did bring a copy to my colleagues of what Apple Valley had put out and also what Lucerne Valley had put out. Doc, you were good enough to bring to us what Victor Valley had said, Victor Valley Elementary, I believe it was, and then Hesperia Unified. And so I'd propose we start working on our own to match or go close to something that goes more with our own values. And, I'd say, again, we've been following this stuff as close as we can for a really long time. I know I am frustrated. I know everybody is frustrated that it seems like the goalposts keep moving. That every time we comply with something, they tell us that there's something new to comply to, and it's becoming very difficult for all of us. I think we're in month 19 of what was initially 2 weeks to slow the spread, which we thought, okay, we'll get through spring break, we'll come back, everything will be fine, and it hasn't. And I do wonder, I don't mean to be like pessimistic or anything, but I do wonder if we're going to at some point lose our autonomy anyways. But I know for me, I'd rather lose like trying and fighting rather than not. And so I think when we became board members, our first priority was to our kids. They don't have representation. They don't get to speak for themselves. I don't want to get in hot water with other folks and other stakeholders. But when I listen to what's going on with our children, I think it's our responsibility to do our best to stand with our parents. Did I get too close on that? Sorry, I don't know how that happened, but anyways, so I would apologize, right? I know this puts you in a tough spot, obviously. It puts you, I mean, you're the one that's going to bear the brunt of this. I get paid $250 a month to do this, so I could go without that really quickly. We have many people who make their livelihoods from this district, so I don't say this like I'm very sober when I say this. It makes me nervous to think of what's going to happen if we decide to join Apple Valley and Lucerne Valley and the others in these things. But one of the things they say is about we want to, and I've said this from the beginning, that we want California to restore local authority to create and implement COVID safety plans, to including our own guidelines for mask, quarantines, vaccinations, establishment of normal classroom instruction tailored to local conditions. Apple Valley also said that they believe the board believes that parental choice in vaccination and other health decisions is important. I couldn't agree more with that. And then a couple things from Lucerne Valley that I would love to see us say would have to do with a vaccination mandate does discriminate against students and staff who have already recovered from COVID. I think we leave out a lot of science that might be commuted to us as far as being healthy after we've recovered from COVID, you know. I know everyone in my family has. Obviously, that's not the barometer on the whole district, so I'm not trying to say that because of what I've been through, everyone else has been through that same thing. That's not what I'm trying to say. But Lucerne Valley also said that a mandate would also infringe upon a student's fundamental right to an education. And I think we would find, all of us learned that distance learning was difficult, and to have some kids possibly as early as January 1st have to decide whether they're going to get a vaccine to come in person or go to some type of distance learning would be difficult. So with all those things said, I understand where that puts us. I mean, this could, like I said, it could have catastrophic effects on the people who sit at this table with me and all those who work here in Snowline. But, you know, it's a silly quote maybe, but you know, William Wallace had said in Braveheart, he said, you know, men don't follow titles, they follow courage. And I think at some point we need to kind of be willing to risk something for the sake of our kids getting a good education. And so I don't know how that goes. And no, you don't have to, please, you don't have to clap, please don't do that. So I would ask my colleagues if we're allowed to say, I don't know if we have to like get consensus first to start drafting our own so that we can schedule a special meeting and come back and do this. I don't know what goes on at this point. So President Hernandez, I defer to you, you know, what you say we should do on that. But if that was what you put on the slide, then that's what I would ask if we can, you know, go towards something like that.
Yeah, Member Flores, and if I can jump in, President Hernandez, really just from a protocol, you know, standpoint. So in terms of, I don't think it's lost on anyone on the board here, but just want to make sure you all know, in terms of drafting a resolution or a letter tonight, right, and voting on that, of course we can't do that, right? It's not an agenda. We can agendize it for the next one. What you can do, though, in the context of your opportunity here and your board, or excuse me, not board, yeah, your board member comments, right, is direct the superintendent, myself, right, relative to what you'd want to do with a resolution, with a letter, and then the content of that. And so I think it's really to all of you, to you, Member Flores, but all of you, to really, you know, making that decision. Do we want to, first and foremost, draft a collective thought around a resolution or a letter? I think there are merits to both, and if you want my opinion, I can share with you that, but a resolution or a letter, and then more kind of generally, secondarily, the content, right? What are the important pieces that you feel like need to be in that? You can direct me, in my opinion. I think the easiest way is then to craft that. We can put it on the agenda in a special meetings. Probably time is of the essence. Sure. So as soon as you can get together, we can put that on the agenda and then bring it back for approval or any sort of corrections that might be necessary. And then direct me as to where you'd want it sent, right? To Governor Newsom, to our local legislators, or whatever it might be. So a few pieces there, maybe more than you bargained for, Member Flores, but I hope it's helpful, at least in the process. And I turn it over to you, President Hernandez, in that regard, because I can continue here. We can do any of your comments, the collective board member comments, or we can, you know, continue right here, whatever's easier for yourself.
I believe we have other board members I'd like to hear from. Member Bristol, do you have any comments to this?
Yeah, I think Daniel said it all. It was a mouthful, but I'm in the same alignment with him in drafting a resolution. Obviously, that can't happen tonight. I was saving it for board member comments. I have a bunch of stuff down here. You guys got to talk for 3 minutes for hours, and I don't have a timer, so it's on when it gets to board member comments, but yeah, I agree with you.
I'm in favor of drafting a resolution.
I as well.
Okay, thank you. In reading some of the resolutions that are coming out from our neighboring towns, I'm not sure if the resolution is the proper tool. I think there are more effective ways to communicate the thoughts and ideas, and I don't think the governor is the only level that we should approach, essentially to communicate our community members' thoughts and feelings. State Superintendent of School, California Department of Public Health, county, and our local legislators all need to hear, or at least we can convey that which has been presented to us. So I'd be supportive of letters directed to those individuals on the behalf of the board.
And again, I know I'm in the middle of this presentation. It sounds like there's consensus here. I can finish the presentation, and I think we heard from Dan on maybe both ends at board member comments. You provide me with that direction there, and we can move forward.
We will wait for board member comments on
if that works.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I appreciate the clarity there. Robert, I thank you for your patience up there, Robert. I think that as I look over my shoulder here, I think we're on slide 23 or something. We're really wrapping this up here and gets us to the end, but I do appreciate. Yeah, thank you, Robert. I appreciate you bearing with me. That last one, we really, our next steps to me is determining our necessary next steps. It sounds like that'll be forthcoming. And as we continue to follow those safety measures, that communication can't be more key, not just now, but always during these difficult times. And in the spirit of supporting one another, I think there were references in public comments, and I appreciate that, the notion of kindness. What a great presentation. But just remembering, throughout Snowline to be kind, that we are a family and uniting around the right efforts, and that's ultimately our kids. So I appreciate that. I'll certainly answer any other questions and allow you to keep moving through the agenda in preparation for, more conversation later.
Yeah, I did have one additional question, but I can turn to the board in terms of the presentation from Dr. Holman. Are there any comments or questions? You had gone over the student requirements for, or the vaccinations coming up. There is not presently a health order directing us that is a requirement.
That's correct.
Okay. But there is verbiage existing right now to some effect of personal belief exemption, though we don't know the details of that.
That's correct as well.
And so legislation can likely pursue the idea of personal belief exemption should the voices be loud enough to say that that is a requirement, moving forward.
Well, here's how that works here. So the regulation, right, through a public health order, right, Governor Newsom to the public health order, an executive order, if you will, put into place, that regulation, it's mandated through law that the exemption has to be put in place. If a vaccine is added to the list of 10 right now, we heard references to that, right, the 10, through the legislative process, the exemption does not have to be put in place. So that's why there's a significant difference between regulation and legislation. Yeah. Now, again, what we know, and that's you saw what I put up there, we need details here, right? That would be something I certainly would want, right? We need more details. Our families need more details. But if it is a regulation, what you mentioned, medical, religious, and personal beliefs are required by law to be put in place, to be available is a better way of saying that, for families to use. Now, if the legislature makes a move and adds it to, number 10 to the 11th vaccination, that's not the case. That's just how, in our investigation and getting legal counsel, you're reading legal briefs, I should say, that's how that effort works.
And it's to that topic that I believe that the letter from us, as well as our community, write to those folks, because they're the ones writing the laws right now, that can say, okay, this is going to be required unless you have personal belief. I think that is that's the important tool that I speak of.
I see what you're saying. The
Yeah.
letter versus the resolution, I see what you're saying.
Correct.
Yeah. And the letter, I might argue the letter models what all of us can do too, doesn't it?
That's exactly
We can
it.
all write letters just as, we as a collective can. Yeah.
I mean, if our community came together and everybody wrote letters, their friends wrote letters, that voice can be carried over.
Yeah.
So,
I see what you're saying.
again,
Yeah.
that's my feeling.
No, I
on it.
appreciate the clarity there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And is that the conclusion of the presentation?
Yeah,
And no other
yeah, I
questions? Okay, very
subjected
good.
everyone to enough there. Thank you.
Yeah, item I2, approval, second reading of board policy and administrative regulations. Dr. Ullman.
Yeah, I'm sorry, just catching right up here with even myself here. My apologies. And as I switch gears here, this is the second reading, as it says. Excuse me, I'll get to the microphone. The second reading, as well as and really approval, right? This occurs each and every year. If there are any questions, we'll be happy to answer. But it's a yearly occurrence, and I'll be here to provide clarity as need be.
All right, does anybody have any questions regarding I2, the board policy and administrative regulations 4115 and 1312.4 respectively? All right, they are before us for approval tonight. Do I have a motion to approve the board policy and administrative regulations of I2?
Move approval.
Thank you, Member Behringer. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Bristol. Preferential vote from our student board member. Thank you. And by show of hands from the board, all in favor? Any opposed? Thank you very much. That's a unanimous vote. Taking us to item J1, provisional internship permit. We'll turn that over to Mr. Primo.
Thank you, President Hernandez. Our first one is a submission of waiver on behalf of Tina Ogg. She is looking to become, or we would like her to become, a Vista Verde special ed teacher. It is a normal practice to do a provisional permit. Again, at this point, I'm just requesting from the board approval for this item.
All right, very good. Any questions, item J1? A motion to approve item J1?
Make a motion.
Thank you, Member Bristol. A second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Member Flores. Preferential vote from our student board member? Thank you. And by a show of hands, all in favor? Any opposed? Unanimous vote. J2 passes. Item, I'm sorry, was that J2?
That was J1.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, on to J2.
Yes, similarly to Ms. Ogg, we are looking to get a waiver approval for Tiffany Lopez in a growth area for Vista Verde. They are in need of a first and second grade teacher, so that requires the approval of a provisional permit. Again, requesting support from the board in this area.
Very good. Any questions to item J2? A motion to approve item J2.
Make a motion.
Thank you, Member Bristol. A second? The chair will second. Can I get a preferential vote of the student board member? Thank you. And by a show of hands from the board, all in favor? And none opposed, so that J2 is approved. And finally, item J3, Mr. Primo.
Yes, thank you. One of the processes for Snowline and throughout California is the Committee on Assignment Opportunity for an Educator. In this particular case, a teacher like Mr. Phillips, who would like to teach media arts, which would be outside his credential-specific area, can go through a Committee on Assignment to provide an opportunity at Quail Valley Middle School in the media arts area. It is part of an ed code process that allows this. It just requires a few steps that his colleagues certify that he would be able to competently teach this area, and then for the board to then approve it. So that's where my bringing of the board to you, or to all of you, for approval.
Thank you very much. To the board, any questions? Item J3. A motion to approve item J3?
Make a motion.
Thank you, Member Flores. A second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Bristol. A preferential vote from our student board member? Thank you. And by a show of hands, all in favor? Any opposed? That's a unanimous vote. Item J3 is approved. And on to item K1. We'll go to Mr. Miller.
Thank you, President Hernandez. Check, check. Can you guys hear me? There you go. All right. Thank you. I come to you for approval of three school site plans today for our NTS schools, Chaparral, Eagle Summit, and then Snowline Academy. We are coming to you earlier, as we have in the past, just with Eagle Summit being in their CSI status, or Comprehensive Support and Improvement status. We have to have these plans approved prior to October 31. So I'm bringing that to the board. I know it's some pretty intense reading. I can assure you that the plans are aligned very tightly to the LCAP and should be very conducive and crosswalk very nicely with our district plan.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the SIPSAs being broken up. Actually gives us time to digest each group individually from the non-traditional and the other schools. So to item K1, are there any questions? No. Okay. It is before us for approval, so I have a motion to approve item K1.
Move approval.
Thank you, Member Behringer. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Bristol. Preferential vote from our student board member. Thank you. And by show of hands, all those in favor? And none opposed. That K1 is approved. And finally, item K2, Mr. Miller.
All right, thank you for our last formal agenda item of the evening. I bring to the board the ESSER III plan, which is the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund expenditure plan. Over the past 18 months, as you know, we've been up against just some tremendous challenges in regards to educating our students here in Snowline. And these funds will help us hopefully to close that education gap, as well as help to support just many needs as far as infrastructure and whatnot. And so with that, I'd like to go ahead and just go over a brief Google slide presentation of the ESSER III and how it correlates with the LCAP, which once again is our primary district plan. And I just want to make some direct correlations between the ESSER III funding and how that's going to support our primary plan. Right. So on that first slide there for the ESSER III, that provides just a definition, a working definition of what that funding is. Once again, it's the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund. And this is to address all things COVID that have occurred over the last 18 months and to mitigate that impact of COVID-19 on elementary and secondary schools, middle and high schools. Next slide, please. Local control and accountability plan. For those of you that follow the monthly board agendas, you're probably pretty familiar with this document. We went through a number of revisions and a lot of hard work from our school sites, from the district support team, and from our community, and as well as our students in providing us meaningful survey information and things like that to make sure that we are on the right track in regards to educating students. So this is a 3-year plan. It describes our goals, actions, services, and expenditures that support the same. And this is all in pursuit of positive student outcomes. It represents all of our local priorities very, very seamlessly. And this plan really allows us to share our stories as a school district and as respective school sites on the how, the what, and the why. The programs and services are selected to meet our local needs. Next slide, please. Going a little deeper into ESSER III and how it supports the LCAP. All of our efforts are tied into our LCAP goals. It's a huge document, probably about 120 pages. But we once again put a lot of meaningful work into that to be very precise and purposeful in what we're doing with our students and to promote their academic learning and social success. One-time monies that come after our initial LCAP allocations. One of the pots includes the ESSER III funding, which we're bringing to you tonight. It's going to be allocated and will correspond with those LCAP goals, as I alluded to earlier. A review of the LCAP goals are coming up, but the goals themselves are purposely broad and overarching in comparison to the specific actions, all the blood, sweat, and tears that actually goes into making this work happen. So next slide, please. LCAP goal number 1, just want to briefly go over these. LCAP 1 is our academic goal, and I'm going to go ahead and read this because it is very important. Snowline Joint Unified School District will work together through the PLC, or Professional Learning Community process, to provide equitable access to rigorous curriculum and high-quality standards-based instruction and assessments by aligning all resources to ensure that all students are prepared to be successful in college and or career. Next slide, please. LCAP goal number 2, which covers our pro-social behavior for students. And this has probably been more important over the last 18 months than ever before, just with the separations of students from the physical classroom. I know my own daughter had her own set of challenges with this. So this goal goes on to read, every site and classroom across the district will exhibit a pro-social learning environment that meets students' needs in areas that affect school success, which includes behavioral, academic, social, emotional, and attendance. These needs will be met through the integrated multi-tiered system of support to create a consistent, predictable, positive, safe, nurturing, and equitable learning environment for all students. LCAP goal 3, which is on the next slide. This is our family and community engagement goal. This goal is to establish and empower district and site stakeholder groups as consistent points of connection that facilitate services, resources, and support to our Snowline community at large to meet the stakeholder-generated outcomes and goals. Going on to LCAP goal number 4, this encompasses infrastructure and student resources across the district. Snowline will strive to provide the highest quality staff, student resources, and facilities that promote optimal learning. So that's just an overview of the LCAP goals themselves. Once again, that's the macro approach. The micro look at the LCAP goals themselves come in their actions, which can have anywhere from 4 to 7 specific actions that we account for through metrics and specific measures. Just as we do with the LCAP and other major initiatives across the district, we do survey stakeholders, and in addition to all the LCAP survey responses that we received, which was probably just north of 4,000 surveys, probably approaching 5,000 surveys that included students, staff, and community members or families. On the ESSER III survey, we wanted to see in utilizing these funds where our community was feeling that we should direct funds throughout these 4 major LCAP goals. And we got a pretty good read on that. 43.2% felt that goal 4, which was that goal that covers infrastructure and student resources, was an area that they said we should focus on first. Coming in second would be goal 2, which was that pro-social goal that I described earlier. And then coming in third at 24.2% was goal 1, which was our academic goal. And then the lowest amount of responses in favor of goal 4 was 2.1%. So that is how it fell across the board as far as where survey participants were feeling that we should direct ESSER III funds. And you'll find that the document displays that same trend throughout it, taking that survey data into consideration. So going on, just to make this crosswalk or these direct correlations with the ESSER III funds and the LCAP, you can tell on the next slide, which is facilities. We have an area of focus there talking about ensuring the facilities are at their best, that we have conducive environments for learning. In order to optimize learning facilities, we want to ensure that they're safe, functional, clean, attractive, and welcoming. All classrooms and common areas are included in this goal area. And I think we know that our students perform better when we have good, sound facilities in place for them to learn. So some of those areas under facilities that will be addressed: safety, functionality, cleanliness, attractiveness, and once again, those welcoming environments. Going on to the next slide, a little combination of goals 2 and 4, our pro-social goal, and once again, our infrastructure and resources. We talk about specifically student resources here. We call out a few things, just ensuring first and foremost that students have necessary resources that support them in their classroom learning, that we're able to close learning gaps through the implementation, expansion, and enhancement of learning supports, so those supplemental materials. And then we have a list off to the right of specific things that we're looking at, and that's standards line curriculum, supplemental materials, technology devices, digital infrastructure, and an example of that would be servers that are on sites, and then also hotspots for students when they do have to work from home remotely or choose to voluntarily be in Snowline Academy. Personnel, provision of health, counseling, or mental health services, and this is, once again, as I alluded to earlier, very essential, especially this year, coming back fully to in-person learning. It's helped support our meal programs, before and after school programs, programs to address student trauma and social emotional learning, and referrals for support for family and student needs. And this also correlates, this last bullet correlates with bullet number 6, which was that provision of health and counseling and mental health services. So going on to the next page, also, once again, kind of in line with the trend on our survey data, looking at LCAP goal 4 again. Health and safety, implementation of effective safety protocols and cleaning on all campuses and in all classrooms. Some specific bullets here would be personal protective equipment, health supplies, cleaning supplies. And then lastly on that slide, we have a big focus on transportation, knowing how important it is to get kids to and from school and all the associated costs that would go with that. Next slide, going down to LCAP goal number 1, teacher and staff support. Some specific tangible things that we're looking at: collaboration in professional learning communities, assessment, engagement, which would be in line with our Kagan learning, instructional planning, very intentional and strategic in this regard, professional development, certified and classified staff, all of our paraprofessionals, pertaining specifically to learning loss that has occurred over the last 18 months. And then lastly, staff training and engaging students and families in addressing social, emotional, health, and academic needs. Our families, as you all know, are our most valuable partners in regards to the success of learning in the classroom for our students. Next slide, LCAP goal number 3, parent engagement. Students' learning and engagement at home. We want to be able to allocate some funds to provide parent resources, support, and training. So once again, you can join us in that partnership for student success. And that leads us to our very last slide. I'll open up to the board, President Hernandez, for any questions about the presentation or the document itself.
Thank you for that always engaging financials. To the board, any questions? Yep. Really? Good grief. Thank you for that presentation. These ESSER II funds, what is the source? Where's those funds coming from?
As is coming from the feds.
That's a
Federal government.
federally funded?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yes.
And going through the fund documentation, it looks like everything's been allocated for those funds, but have the funds been realized yet? Have we received those?
No, we get several allocations of these funds, and in some cases, if I'll look above here, I think I'm saying this right, that we'll put it on our dime up front and we'll be reimbursed for it afterwards. And these funds are very forgiving in nature, the way we have them allocated right now. It's a significant amount of money, so we wanted as much flexibility as possible to make those adjustments and to change course as needed, as we see fit, as we see how our students are progressing, and what needs exist in real time.
And the total of these funds are near $12 million?
Just approaching $12 million.
Okay. Allocation came through engagement through our community groups, or how did that process go about?
Actually, because there's such a close correlation to the LCAP itself, we were able to use a lot of our survey data and stakeholder participation with the LCAP because we have it aligned to specific goals. And what we did was, just to make the community aware that the funds were available, I went ahead and did an email to all families, which included the survey link so that they could provide survey. And not only did we get a multiple choice survey responses, but we had some open-ended responses, which provided a large list of rationales and opinions in regards to what the fund should be focused on.
Excellent. I appreciate that presentation and the clarification from the questions there.
My pleasure.
Okay, there being no other questions, a motion to approve item K2, the ESSER III emergency relief funds.
Move approval.
Thank you. Can I get a second?
Second.
Student board member, preferential vote. Thank you very much. And by a show of hands, all those in favor? Any opposed? Unanimously approve item K2, the ESSER III funds.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. That does take us to board member comments. I would like to start with our student board member, Ms. Parr, if you have any comments today.
Yeah, so I think on behalf of all of the students, the parents, or the public comments of the staff and the just other people in the community have pretty much said it all. Students are concerned about the mandate, and as they should be. It's a little scary, anything mandated. But I wanted to say thank you to everyone who spoke. It was nice that we were able to hear everyone and their opinions, especially the students directly. And I wanted to thank the board for listening and for taking in those comments and opinions. One more thing. I can't remember the other thing, but just thank you to everyone that has attended. And
Thank you. Thank you very much for the one. Got super loud now. Come back way back here. All right, Member Flores.
All right, I'll try to keep it short. I think this is now the longest board meeting that Member Bristol and I have been a part of. We started at 4:30.
Of them, yes.
This has been a wonderful experience.
We've been longer.
I would like to thank the tech team, the homie Rick up there, who got all this started, but also Ryan Bolins and James and Robert and Miss Nancy here, who have helped us move what is a very functioning board meeting from our regular spot to here. So thank you guys for that. Marcus, I want to thank you. I'm sorry, President Hernandez, I want to thank you for leading us through this tonight. That wasn't easy, and I'm really grateful that you kind of saw us through to listen to everybody tonight. I really appreciate that of you. So thank you for that. I'm sure she's not watching, but just in case she is, I'd like to say happy anniversary to my beautiful bride. 13 years tonight. So, yeah, man, she is a saint. And thanks to everyone for their comments tonight. I know that we are all having a rough time with what we feel about our government right now. And I know that we are those like government officials that you see the closest. My phone's been buzzing. I don't think you have many of your local representatives' phone numbers. But I'm honored to be able to be here and do what we can do. Again, I don't know how much we can do, but I'm so grateful for everyone that came out tonight. And then last thing, no, I'm good. You know what, that's plenty. I don't want to keep going. That's it for tonight.
Thank you very much. I missed it. How many years was that?
What's that?
On your anniversary, how many years?
13.
Ooh, congratulations.
And we still got it.
Yes, sir. All right, Member Bristol.
Hello, everybody. Member Nathan Bristol. I'm from Oak Hills, the District 5 over there, good commute area next to the freeway. Just get it down there. You know, get down the hill. We'll go anywhere you want easy. I didn't grow up here. This is the way all the other speeches started. I want to let you guys know all about me. All right. So, no, anyways, what did the hat say to the scarf? You go ahead, or you hang out around here, I'm gonna go on the head. What did the tectonic plate say when it bumped into the other tectonic plate? That's my fault.
Oh, I was gonna say, what's shaking?
Okay, I say those things because those are dad jokes, and I'm a dad.
What's shaking? Come on,
I have just as much at stake as everyone in the audience. I have children in the district, as most people do, and one of the people wanted to know each individual person's mindset. My mindset is of choice, and I do support the resolution and letters. I don't know why we can't do both. I know it's going to be difficult. As was stated before, I've been doing research all week long, and it really kind of upset me when we had a room full of people posturing, and they're aggressive, and they have aggressive comments towards us, and they have no idea where we're coming from. We're speaking the same language most of the time, and so I didn't appreciate that. And also, when they speak of money, follow the money, follow the money. I work for you guys. All right, well, I'm taking in $230 because everybody gets their cut of my $250 a month. So, if I work for you guys, I'm gonna need to come at you for a raise or something because this is not worth it. So, I would just ask you guys, we're your elected representatives. We're supposed to be giving the voice of what you guys voted for us for. That's what we're up here doing. We're doing the best we can, and really didn't appreciate all the attacks. So just keep that in mind. You can say whatever you want in the comments and keep bringing it, but that's just, I had to say that. Those are my 2 cents. A couple other things I wrote down. I know it's a long night. I apologize. I ran, and I was elected. I ran under safety, common sense, and the mission. So the mission is to get our kids educated. There's no replacement for in-classroom learning. Placing our kids in a different, an at-home learning model because they're not meeting the mandate is not good in my mind. And it doesn't support common sense, and I don't see the safety in it. And those were the 3 things I ran on. So that's basically all I have to say. Also, we'll be working on this resolution letter all together. We're a team, but you would be surprised. I am new to the board, but there are multiple regulations and policies and protocols that we have to follow it makes it very difficult for us to collaborate with certain things. So I'm finding that to be a challenge that most people don't know. Just like when I'm sure most people show up and they're like, I'm going to give a comment and then we're going to do this back and forth with the members. None of that's allowed according to the policies and protocols. I would have loved to have some back and forth today, but didn't work out. Anyways, that's all I have to say. You guys have next person.
Okay, thank you. Member Behringer.
Thank you very much, everybody, for showing up tonight and for sharing your perspective. And it's helpful for us to hear from you, and I appreciate keeping it civil. On a separate note, I had a meeting with Mr. Chacon concerning the COVID funds. I believe there are about 10 pools of money, 10 different sources of money. And I had asked for a breakdown as to what was received and how it was allocated. And I see the sophisticated ESSER III report. I greatly appreciate that. I'm looking for that for all of the COVID funds that we've received to date and those that are expected. I know that there are deadlines for spending and allocating the funds, and I'm interested in knowing an accounting of that. And so if perhaps we could get a board consensus, that can be drafted for the board so that we can have an accounting of all the COVID funds.
Very good. I do believe we have received ESSER II reporting, similar to the ESSER III today, but you're asking for a consolidated.
Comprehensive, yes.
All funds
yes.
in and where they've been allocated?
Yes.
Most certainly, yep. I mean, that's an obvious thing. Consensus from the board, is that something that you would like to see? Got 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. All right, very good. Yes. So, Dr. Holman, if you can put together a consolidated, essentially we'll call it a COVID funding, whether it be CARES Act or whatnot, where funds have come in, if they've been realized, where they've been allocated. And I'd imagine as concise as possible, because you saw ESSER III was how many pages?
It's a long narrative. I'm not even looking for that. I'm just wanting to know how it's being allocated, like a brief overview.
Almost like an at a glance. Would you
Yeah, I feel like we can certainly do that. I'll work with Robert Chacon up there, and we'll make certain that we get that done. I think we can work toward that next board meeting, I do believe, and make that happen. And if not, then we'll do it in December. We'll certainly get it to you if that's sufficient.
Okay. I know that there were changes in the allocations of funds, but I don't know what they are. So if I can just have that, and there's no hurry on that. But,
Yeah, absolutely. We'll take you all through that.
Appreciate that.
It'll be a helpful process for everybody, I think, involved.
That's all.
Thank you very much. Clerk Loom.
Just a couple of comments. I want to top Nathan here. I think you said he received $230 for salary?
Yeah.
I paid $91.54.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Well.
And Marcus, I want to say you did an awesome job, buddy.
I don't know about that, but thank you, appreciate it.
That's all.
Okay, thank you. My first comment tonight is to our Baldy Mesa first graders. I love having our student presentations. Those little ones are especially delightful. Very disappointed they couldn't be in person, considering the environment and considering the timing and everything. I understand, so I appreciate that organization of getting them to our virtual platform so that we can enjoy that time. Hopefully, as we move along, we can definitely get those back in person. Much like Member Flores said, much appreciation to the IT team and you, Dr. Holman, for making the movement over here to the PAC. I think that was an appropriate venue. It would have been not the Snowline way to have our families out in the cold tonight. So having them comfortably seated and a good environment is appreciated. And to the groups that have come out tonight, thank you very much. I do reiterate over and over and over that it is important. Though we may not see eye to eye, we may not agree, what's important is that we agree that our kids are important, and voicing your opinions are what matter. So whether it be requirements from the state or whether it be funding, and how it's being utilized, your participation is critically important. I know I did that prior to coming onto the board and also collecting my lovely $250 monthly. So continue, please. I agree to a greater extent of the disruptions and the way we get this done. I know the passions. I know everybody is here to speak strongly about what you feel. If we can get through those quicker without disrupting the speakers and allowing them their full time, that would always be most beneficial to the board, because there are points that we can't hear what they're saying with the cheering going on. So early on in the comments, the folks that were helping out, hushing and trying to keep order, and that is greatly appreciated. So thank you for all of that. And I guess the final item that has been talked about but not yet discussed as a direction to you, Dr. Holman, regarding resolution or a draft letter.
I forgot to pass that along. That's my preference.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you very much. I'll hang on to this for just another moment. And I know the question was asked on how we stand on the current climate, current requirements that are coming forward from the state. I've received emails and folks saying, I know you're in favor of the vaccine, and it's no lie. I do stand by the vaccine. I do believe it is a tool that we can utilize. I made some comments ahead of this. Most of it is in support of what we're doing and speaking personally. I am vaccinated. I have received my booster as well. My family and my extended family all believe in doing our part for our community in trying to help us through that. Is that everybody's opinion? It's certainly not. And as I go through some of my notes here, my next consideration for that will be my 5-year-old daughter. The FDA is now considering emergency use authorization for the 5 to 11-year-olds. I have read and looked into those concerns, and I'll tell you, it's going to be a hard one. My older daughter, we nearly lost her at birth, and she has continuing health issues. And so for us, it was an easy decision that, we have kept her this long, and I have no hesitation to choose a future for her instead of letting a future happen to her. And so her vaccination is completed and handled incredibly well. She's a strong kid despite her challenges, and I wouldn't have it any other way. My 5-year-old, my wife and I will have a serious talk about that, about what it means and how we move that forward. So in support of or against the vaccination requirement is a tough subject. Where do we go from here? I know a lot of statistics and data were thrown out, much of it having to do with the idea that this vaccination, mRNA, has only come about this last year, and it's unproven, but the truth of the matter, it's been utilized and developed since the 70s. It has been used effectively against incredible diseases like Ebola. The problem, and to which a lot of people point out, is that it does follow money trails. And when it comes down to it, mRNA is an incredibly expensive methodology. And this is all what I have read and what I have learned from scientific journals. So it's an incredible expensive technology in that it has not been private or funded through the government, through public funds. And so it's not been a utilized tool. With COVID, we've had 30, 40 years of experience now with this technology. And with the supercomputing powers now where we can do simulations millions of times a second, the response and ability to get this type of treatment out quicker You know, the curve is, you know, incredibly shortened. We speak of polio. Yeah, polio took 20 years to develop. That's because they grew a strain, they worked on it for a year, it didn't work, they started over. It was square one for 20 years until they were able to develop it. It did take a long time to become public policy, to implement that. And at this point, polio is wiped out nearly from the face of the earth, except for a few small countries. A friend of mine at work, his wife is affected by polio to the state. And so, you know, those kind of things are not gone yet, but they are worked on. This mRNA is actually showing incredible signs with all this super funding that has happened. They are already working towards creating a vaccination to HIV. I mean, something that has devastated poorer nations to a greater extent for decades now. It could theoretically be eradicated in our lifetimes. I mean, that alone is incredible. So to say that these vaccinations are the godsend or anything, no, they're not. It is still a personal choice, and that's why I would be much more supportive of conveying our community's feelings and thoughts and concerns to our representatives and push and allow for the personal belief exemptions. That I believe that is the correct path. I believe the resolutions that have come forward, save for Apple Valley, the others have not provided clear direction. It is, we don't like this, we don't want this, and we want you to change. Most certainly. That's undisputable. But our resolution by a district is to resolve something and to provide direction on action or on an actionable item. We don't have the actionable item to say we will not enforce. I stand with the 75% of our teachers who are vaccinated. I stand with the 80% of my state that is vaccinated. I believe the future of where we're going with this is in implementation of the vaccination. And whether it takes a year or a decade, I believe it is where we're going. Do we want the proof and the years of knowledge to know that it's safe? Yes, most certainly. People refer back to decades ago, decades of polio, and we know it works. Well, decades ago, we didn't know it worked. They were the first folks that had to do it. Our national leaders stood up and said, be patriotic and do your duty and get the shot. My mother-in-law has the mark, from when she was little. These are the things that we were asked of as Americans, to stand up and help your fellow man and believe in we the people, that we are doing this together for the benefit of everybody, that the we is greater than the I. So it's in all of that that I would not be supportive of a resolution. I still don't agree that that is the correct tool. I think the letter, and you say, oh, what's a letter going to do? Well, it's the same as a resolution, but in a more pointed fashion, that it can be directed towards all the representatives. Find out, I know I am represented by Ochoa Bowe as our state senator. I am represented by Scott Wilk as my assemblyman. And these are the folks that I have already communicated to, that I have said my feelings and my opinions and my position, both as family and as a school board member. So these are the tools that I believe are effective. And so, like Member Behringer, I do support a letter, and I believe that would be an effective tool. I would be supportive of going into a special meeting to resolve that and to get that distributed in a timely manner. And once again, conveying the thoughts, feelings, and concerns of our community members. So as the discussion has not yet occurred, is there any consensus on either way, on a direction that we would like to propose? I'll start with Member Flores, or actually, Dr. Holman, did you have a?
Well, I don't want to stop it unless you
Well,
want me to.
I guess, I mean,
Interject,
yeah, I've been on diatribe for quite a while, so perhaps you have some insight or some thoughts on this.
Well, yeah, how about process? I'll speak to process.
Sure.
From Nathan to Daniel, all of you in between. So I think what would be really helpful to me, if you would want me to craft the will of the board, right? And if maybe that's a starting point, if you'd like me to do that, maybe that's the first piece. If you come to consensus, you want me to craft the draft that we would bring back at another date. There are a lot of pieces here. Maybe I'll rattle them off if you want me to do it. Secondarily, what are the themes that you all agree to, right? And those themes could be shared with me by virtue of examples that you've already seen, or you can share them right now, but come to consensus on that. Thirdly, who would we send them to? Fourthly, when do we meet again? And then fifthly, do we want to make available, which I think is maybe something easy and effective to do on our website, our local representatives, so we can make it very easy for those who want to follow in the footsteps of the board to reinforce wherever you land with the will of the board. So that's a lot there, but I would maybe begin with, one, if you want me to do it, and then two, what are the themes, right? That's probably the most difficult piece, but I think it's the most important one to be able to write that document, right? Whether it be a letter or resolution. Yeah. And I know all of you have your individual thoughts based upon the input tonight, and the input you get all the time, so.
Actually, as you were speaking, I had thought you're posting on our website a letter that you can essentially sign your name to. Would there be an opportunity that those community members can deliver those to us and we package that up and send them all together? So
however you'd like to do it.
The governor receives a box of X thousand numbers of letters.
Yeah, I would argue however you'd like to do it, right? I mean, whatever you feel is best.
A powerful message or statement. But aside from that, your points were who drafts.
Yeah, the first one, if you want me to draft it, or
Yeah.
if it goes, through yourself, President Hernandez, someone else. I mean,
Right. Your second point was.
Yeah, second point would be I think the most challenging, and that is,
Content.
what are the themes? I don't think we want to wordsmith it tonight, right? I could do that for you, or whomever would be the author can do that, but what are the themes you agree to, right? Where do you need more information? What's most important, right? And is it, you can ask for my advice, I'll wait for that, but that would be the second piece. The other ones I think are relatively quick. Who do we send them to, right? When do we meet next? That's probably an important one, but it could be relatively quick, right? When do we meet next? Seems like timeliness is important. And then the last piece on the notion of making it available on the website and making certain I've done it before, I did it last school year, and that is making certain everyone knows who our local representatives are, and how they can be a voice individually as well as collectively.
Oh, yeah, I read it already.
I think that covers a lot of the important things.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're still in discussion. We're still in discussion.
No,
Yeah, we haven't.
Even entertain that, those conversations with the people.
We know.
Yeah. So, Member Flores, an opinion on the topics that we're discussing now?
Member Bristol had mentioned from his side that he wasn't sure, can we do both? Is that possible? I know that maybe doubles the work for Dr. Holman. I do think, letters would be wonderful, but I think, I'm kind of
A vote would be
of the mind.
inappropriate as it is not an agendized item, and that would be a violation of law for us to act upon something that was not put on the agenda. Excuse me, quiet down, please. So what we're looking for tonight is direction to the superintendent to draft letters or resolution to the effect of what we're talking about. So the board would have to give that direction to the superintendent. Does that answer?
Yeah, I'd be in favor of giving direction to start drafting both a letter and a resolution, if that's possible.
Yeah, I feel the same way.
Member Behringer?
I agree. Go.
Member Cole? Okay. All right, well, you have that direction then.
So letter and resolution is the first
And
piece.
a letter and a resolution.
And then can we just maybe email within the next day or two the things that we'd like to see, kind of in there so that we could work on them in our next time together?
Yeah, I would start with maybe
Well, basically, what's your advice on that?
Yeah, I would say right now, what are the themes real quickly? If people have them right now, let's get them right now. The sooner the better, right? I know some people have offered up some things. I know it's on the minds of all of you, so we don't have to spend hours here by any stretch, but there might be 3, 4, 5 minutes here where we can really get a number of themes down. And I'll just share, choice a theme, right? I mean, it doesn't have to be completely articulated, but if you come to some consensus that way, it can really move the process along. We could move down Daniel's way too, but I think, I'm going to guess that some of you, if not all of you, have some thoughts right now.
Yeah, if there's any thoughts that want to be addressed, otherwise I'd be supportive of taking the time to craft something individually and forwarding that to Dr. Holman. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I like that idea. We could all give him our ideas, and then he can craft it.
Yeah, take a minute
And then we can all collectively figure it out.
Okay.
Once it's drafted.
Choice is my number one theme, sure.
Yep. Clerk Loom, any thoughts on coming up with topics now or taking your time to craft your thoughts?
Take the time.
Okay. Member Flores?
Yeah, I'll email them first thing in the morning.
Okay, very good. So aside from choice being a topic of content, all the board members will address to you individually thoughts and content for both resolution and for letter to our representatives. And then you're asking directed to whom in the state?
Yeah, that could be done then.
Yeah, I believe
next
that would
meeting.
also be included within the message from the board members to you, so they can think about who their representatives are, who the representatives are throughout the area, make sure we include everybody. And then I guess more importantly right now is the when. Our next school board meeting is November 16th. That's the week before Thanksgiving break. So prior to that, I would not be available on the 2nd, so my first availability would be the 9th, unless we wanted another date from the board. Any recommendations on either special meeting or resume at the regularly scheduled meeting?
I'm checking it.
Yeah. Yeah, you may have the toughest schedule among us.
What date were you saying?
Well, our regularly scheduled meeting is November 16th. So prior to that, we have November 9th and 2nd. Alternatively, other dates as they may be available. I know Tuesdays work well for a couple of the members here.
So just to be clear, so November 16th, will be, it'll be on the agenda and we'll be approving the resolution and letter, or November 16th, we're going to discuss the letter, put it.
It
what I'm
would be
saying?
on November 16th for approval.
Okay.
Or would you require a first reading?
No, we can do it all in one.
Okay.
We can agendize that and make that happen, with the, the adjustments and make those based upon, consensus and approve that at that time.
Okay. So is there an opinion of regular meeting or a special meeting?
Let's look at date.
Regular meeting.
I agree.
Member Flores?
I didn't hear that. What
I
was it?
said regular.
We have 2 regular meetings.
I'm open to either, whatever.
And I know your schedule is sometimes rather tight. Yeah. So we will keep it to the regular meeting of November 16th. Okay, I think that will conclude board member comments. Unless there's anything else, we will move to administrative comments. I'm not sure if Mr. Chacon is available for comments. Thank you, sir. All right, we'll go to Mr. Miller.
All right, thank you. Just a couple positive things here on the horizon. First of all, there's going to be some information going out to the class of 2022 in regards to free college tuition over at VBC. It's going to be a great opportunity. We're all about opportunities like that for our kids. The only 2 things they have to do is apply to the college itself and complete the FAFSA, which is the free application for federal student aid. So that's going to be a good opportunity for our kids at a local learning institution. I'm a champion of community college. I started there myself, so hopefully a lot of our kids will take advantage of that. And then secondly, one of my favorite events closest to my heart is the 27th annual High Desert Veterans Day dinner. And that is going to be actually not on Veterans Day, but on Wednesday, November 3rd from 5 to 6:30. It will still be a drive-through event for picking up food and having some ceremonial processions going on. And hopefully we can get back to a full in-person event again next year. So please, especially anybody in our community that's still with us, that's gone the distance with us tonight, if you could pass that information out to some of our local veterans that you might know. And those are all my comments for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Mr. Primo.
Again, thank you, President Hernandez. First of all, I would amplify what Mr. Miller indicated. Very privileged to have been the principal at Heritage for, again, the last 8 years. So that Veterans Dinner is an important event, and I want to put out a thank you. Again, he does so many things for the community, and that'd be Todd Anton and the Builders Club for making this the 27th, right? If you ever get a chance to talk to him, certainly he'll tell you how it all got started, and I want to amplify that ability, on his part and his team. And I look to my left, right? I know that Daniel has also been, certainly a member of that planning team. But again, they've adapted and been able to persevere through COVID. So again, I would certainly say, if you didn't see, there were some flyers out on a table in the back. If you happen to come in, if you know a veteran, please make sure that you do let them know that they can come through. A special note, if you don't know, the Chick-fil-A operator in Victorville happens to be a Heritage and Serrano alumni, and it's Kyle Zimmerman. So again, we appreciate that local community connection. One additional comment I'd make connected to the Veterans Dinner is one of Todd's favorite slogans is "Freedom is not free." And I would share that relative to tonight and the fact that we're able to have a meeting like this and able to hear the voices of the community. And one thing that goes along with that freedom is not free is the responsibility that I saw come out of this community. When we walked in, that was a challenge, right? I understand that you're frustrated, but it was a challenge. But you know how it was responded to was members of the community stepping together and saying, why don't we make this a productive meeting and let's go through some process. And I look to those folks because I know I'm a member of this community. My wife and I have been, we have children in the school district still. We're going through all the same things you are. But you know what? I really always appreciate the fact that we have level-headed people who step in and say, let's make this work for our community to be able to have a meeting like this. And I would fast forward that comment then for the next meeting that we do have. I would ask for all of you and those not here any longer but were here, that you share the word that we're going to have what everybody asked for, a meeting about a resolution and a letter. So please come Be prepared to listen and be prepared to speak. But let's be prepared to be civil, because freedom is not free, but along with that, right and responsibility go hand in hand. And we need to make sure that we act the way we want to see our children act. And I think we did that, and I commend every single person, whether they're up here or whether they're out here, that we were able to have this meeting, even though it is now after 11 o'clock. So anyway, thank you, Member Hernandez.
Thank you, sir. Mrs. Stepp.
I love the statement that Mr. Primo just referenced, because my good friend, teacher at Serrano High School, Mr. Cliff Hiller, came to see me today, and he shared those exact words with me. These times are difficult. It's hard. It's hard for everybody, and we all get that. I cannot tell you the tireless hours that are spent over and above the workday for all of you and for students. We are all about students. I love kids. I've had 4 of my own graduate from this district, and I have had 7 grandchildren attend, of which one is on to college and the other's getting close. And I feel all of you. So we do appreciate your input. And I do appreciate the comments regarding being able to listen and participate in an effective way. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Mrs. Stepp. Dr. Ullman.
Thanks so very much. How about I'll begin where we began for the most part in the meeting. And that was with the Baldy Mesa Elementary School first graders. Just a wonderful teacher as well, Carla Johnson. That was very powerful. I thank all of you board members for allowing us to continue to bring student presentations to all of you. To me, simply put, it's the reminder of why we do what we do, really, for all of us, whether we be at the table, in the audience, as we go about our days, we're reminded of those students. That's what it should be about. So thank you for all of those great kids and Carla Johnson for making that happen tonight. I also want to say a huge thanks to another student. She left a little bit early, Nicole Parr up here. This was her very first meeting at the board table. And I'll tell you, boy, she handled herself very well, didn't she? She handled herself incredibly well. You saw me look down at my phone here, and I got a text from Nicole just a moment ago, and she said, thank you for making sure that, I was going to be okay walking out. You saw her walk out, but she also said, thank you for keeping us to be a positive experience. That's a pretty powerful statement from a student in her first time sitting at the table here. And I really want to thank the board, too, for allowing us to have student board members. And you may have seen someone sitting right here, that was Rodolfo, who had to leave a little bit early. If, 3 or 4 hours can be early, Rodolfo had to leave. And I just thank the 2 of them for their great work. They are representative of, again, what we should be reminded of when we're doing this work on behalf of those students. So big thanks to them. You want to say something about the students? Please.
I apologize, Ryan, but Rodolfo emailed me because he felt so badly that he left and wanted me to make sure and give his apologies to the board. But as I explained to him, that is not necessary, that you all understand. And he just felt it was a little bit unprofessional of him, and I said, absolutely not. You're doing an awesome job.
Yeah, and I'll just add one more final thing. I met with both of them today one final time to say it's going to be a different board meeting, I think, but it's the right type of board meeting for all the reasons you mentioned there, Sean Primo, and you really amplified those thoughts too, Nancy Stapp. So I thank you for allowing us to have board members. And again, for those in the audience and those listening, very first time we've ever had 2, right? One representing Serrano High School and one representing non-traditional schools. A really powerful move by all of you to be really unprecedented in that regard, and it really benefits all of us. I also want to talk about the audio-visual team. I chuckle because that's an other duty as assigned. Those individuals up there and from behind the scenes to make this happen, we understood that we'd probably have a larger crowd, and so it's very easy for a superintendent named Ryan Holman to say, hey, let's just move this to the PAC, right? Let's just call on up to Serrano High School. I don't think everyone knows what goes on, tireless efforts, on top of the duties they already have to make this happen. I thought it went off pretty well, considering that we had a short turnaround. If folks in the audience didn't know, there was a play rehearsal going on until about 4:30 today. Turned the script and made it all happen. Thank you so very much. I'm really proud of this district that we allow for this opportunity, but also not only the in-person, but also still streaming. I think we had almost 500 people, close to 500 people watching at one point in time. That's a lot of reach there. I really appreciate your great work. Thank you so very much. Be proud of yourselves for that great work. And how about you board members? Credit to all of you for being up here and listening. I know that was referenced. We heard them today, but I think I saw active listening going on. I know the result of tonight will be information coming to me as we formulate the letter and resolution reflective of what we heard tonight, as well as what you already know, what you have heard elsewhere at other board meetings, and also emails and all the other interactions. I thank you for being part of this evening. It's really the right work, and it's been said very many times, and I won't belabor that. And then I'll just, I guess, end with public comments, and a huge thanks to everyone who's remained here in the audience. I would, again, want to really reiterate what Sean Primo said. Please, as we get ready for November 16th, let's do the same. And that same would be the best that came out of tonight. I really saw, in many instances, the best of humanity. When the civility was here, we were able to get a lot of input it seems like a long time, but in a relatively short period of time that impacts what I believe is most important. I've said this way too many times, and I say it one other time. In the end game, I think us humans, right, we're motivated by doing meaningful work around a cause that's much bigger than ourselves. Those two items, right? I think sociologists would back me up on that. I'm not a sociologist, but I think that's what the research says. Meaningful work grounded in trying to reach an outcome that's much bigger than any one of us. And I think we saw a good portion of that tonight. I think that's what we still need to do. It was mentioned at one point that I know I say it ad nauseum, but I think there's real merit to it, and that's better together, right? That notion of how do we become united? I hope tonight becomes a step in that direction, and not necessarily only in the content we were speaking to when we talk about vaccinations and choice, but in a bigger cause that I just mentioned, right? That larger cause that is our students. I had the good fortune, and I'll say it, Alan, I'll embarrass ourselves. We graduated from here in the 80s, right? And that's a long time ago, but it's a privilege for us to serve in this regard. And so I think the greatest privilege for me would be for us in a difficult time across this whole nation, if not the world, to really bridge the divisive gap here. I think we've got an opportunity right now to do so coming out of here, and a better opportunity than we've had in some time. Just like Sean said, as we get to November 16th, how can we unite in service of our kids? I'm looking forward to that. It's been a pleasure and an honor to be here tonight. I'm looking forward to the work ahead. So thank you, President Hernandez.
Thank you very much. Do appreciate that. Okay, there being no further business come before the board, do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Thank you, Member Bristol. A second. Second. All in favor, by a show of hands? Any opposed to hanging out here all night long? None. This motion is adjourned. Remember, for any folks heading back up to Wrightwood, that Beakley Road is closed. So you'll have to drive out to 138.
What did you say, Alan? No Beakley, is that what you said?
Beakley's closed.
Yeah. Is that a reminder?
Oh, in case you didn't miss that, Beakley is still under construction, so.
On the way here.